Alright, everyone, just sit tight. In 37 seconds, we'll be starting soon on Unity dots, basics of dots, jobs, and entities. This is just a short-ish thing on the Unity Learn page. I've been trying to learn this thing for a couple days. Hello. Hello, everyone. Why did I start talking before the starting soon ended? I don't know. We'll be switching over in a second. Alright. Hello, Vanillan. Hello, Danny Ka. Hello, the Random Perv. Hello, Little Gladius. Just about to start working on my assignments due tomorrow. Great timing. Yeah, great. We can do co-working, learning, something, whatever. I might turn this background music off at some point. Anyway, we've got... Where's my browser window? Basics of dots. Yeah, this is what we got. Okay, that is probably pretty hard to read. Zoom in a bit. Enlarge this a bit. Alright, basics of dots, jobs, and entities. Yeah, hello. Hello, Vanilla on Twitch as well, hello. Doggy is training, what are you talking about? Late? I don't know what you're talking about. I never made a fucking schedule. The 9 to 5-a-thon is over, right? Right? Anyway, although I think doing that gave me some confidence, which I guess leads into my plans. Why am I learning dots? I suppose if you've been watching my channel a while, you might be able to guess. But I'm feeling inspired to work on a longer project. And that longer project is restarting FPS Survivors. I think the original version, I got really bogged down in trying to combine Godot and Bevy's ECS myself. And I don't think my... what's the word? Glue putting it together was done very well in a way that like felt right or good to me. And there's another really inconvenient thing about that is that I didn't really have animation support for certain things, like animated hitboxes was the main thing I've been thinking about. And just recently I found out there's this thing. Let's see if we can find it. Latios framework for Unity dots that supports animations. This thing, Kinimation, animation and rendering. In particular, there's a thing in here that lets you attach game objects? Attach things, attach transforms to like bones on like skeletal animated things. And so in an FPS game, you've got you know, animated characters moving around, and if you want precise hitboxes, then hopefully those hitboxes follow the character's animations. And so thinking about the game itself, right? It could probably work with like pretty imprecise hitboxes. It would just be like, you know, an old school retro shooter. It would be like Doom or Quake or whatever, right? But I think we can do one better than that. And so that's, you know, it's current year. So that's what I'm hoping for. Anyway. I was hoping I could finish my assignment in 7 hours. Good luck. Good luck. What's FPS Survivors? It's my game that I never released. I made like a video talking about it. It's titled like All Art is Derivative or something on my channel. And I did like a handful of streams like over almost a year ago now. Damn. But I kind of, I think I stopped the project like a month or so before Phase Snow Auto Battler. And that was when I was feeling like, I don't know, I just wasn't feeling it. And the code base too, I wasn't feeling the code base either. I think the main thing that's gotten me back into it was, ironically, finishing Chrono Management Simulator made me feel like, okay, I've got a better idea of like how to make a game, how to make something polished that like feels good, and the importance of making something feel good. So that's sort of the one of many things bringing me back to this project. Another thing is just playing a lot of Killing Floor 2 and just remembering how good the guns and stuff feel in that game. Another one actually is watching a couple like game design analysis videos from this one channel, Indie Game Clinic, on Vampire Survivors itself. That brought up the point that Vampire Survivors isn't really a game about surviving, it's a game about farming. That the fun in Vampire Survivors really comes from, the sort of navigation of both the enemies, but also to collect the experience gems. And also that the experience gems, give you power, and then you're fighting this like something curve. Anyway, I could keep talking about my inspirations and plans for FPS Survivors, but I might save that for later. All right, how's the time in the pound? I did no time. I was fine. I guess I don't really have a reason or excuse for I haven't streamed since Thursday. Sorry. Yeah, I was just relaxing, kind of. Had a nice Easter Sunday. Anyway, I love boom shoots, just there's quite a lot of the game. They're all kind of mid. There's to it not being mid. Nothing Neo makes is mid, yeah, because it's bad. It's just bad. Everything I make is okay, I guess. Anyway, guess what? Apparently I'd already submitted this assignment 4 days and 9 hours ago. Oh my god, you can actually have me on the first monitor instead of the second monitor. Or you can play a game on the primary monitor. I mean, that's what I would do. That's what I would do. Sorry. I guess maybe that means I don't like respect streaming enough as like an art form. That I just pay like almost zero attention to the visual aspect of streams and entertainment and stuff, and just put it on the second monitor and then go play something more entertaining. Maybe that's just a zoomer distraction brained. Anyway, we're in color context for no reason in particular. Nice. Started playing Antimatter Dimensions. Antimatter Dimensions. Nice. Goodbye to your time. I haven't played it in a while. I didn't actually finish it yet. I gotten like a couple layers past the reality section. Anyway, yeah, back to Unity dots, right? So the original reason I sort of gave up on FPS Survivors is I was trying to combine Godot with Bevy's ECS, and the whole time I was working on it, I was like, I would much rather if I had just done this entirely in Bevy or in something else, some other game engine that incorporates ECS a bit better, because I was writing a ton of code just to sort of communicate between the Godot layer and the ECS layer. And from my understanding, you still have to do that kind of with Unity's ECS system. But hopefully it should be a bit more combined, and also with the magic of hindsight, with having a bit more experience under my belt, then maybe I'll have a better idea of how to organize this in a way that's not complete CBT to communicate between different layers of the game. Finished Challenge 9 today. It took 2 weeks, damn. I may have followed tutorials for a couple of those challenges. But yeah. It's a good game. It really makes you think. I looked through the arrest records. Neo was detained in the pound for 26 counts of chasing cars in the Costco parking log and 1 count of biting an officer's leg. My lawyer has advised me to make basics of dots, jobs, and entities. So there's this introduction thing, get acquainted with dots. It has a lot of videos in it. I actually watched these before stream. I'm not sure if we're gonna... we can read. Well, we'll read. I'll do some reading here. We'll do the Primogen thing and just read. My only problem with antimatter dimensions is how just slow it is. If I want to do a challenge, I'll have to start from the beginning. Nicola, hello. Orificers, that sounds lewd. I mean, he is the random perv, so... Did you pay for the lawyer? Court appointed are apparently out to get you. If I want to do a challenge, I'll have to start from the beginning, and it's just so slow. Number isn't going up fast enough. I need the number to go up. I forget when you're like, it's optimal to do the challenges. I forget. Some of them are like much faster than the others, and so you kind of have to do them in a certain order to get the bonuses without like just completely halting your progress. So what if you mix number, go up, and boom shoot? That's the plan. That's the plan. Actually, I don't know, if you guys want to talk about my plans for FPS Survivors again, what was it? So the big part of Vampire Survivors games is like that feeling of progression, of going from like really slow and really weak to being really strong, right? So my thoughts were, what if that progression thing, you start out in like with like killing floor 1, right? Where you move slowly, you have to aim carefully, you have to shoot the zombies in the head to preserve your ammo, right? But then you collect XP gems and stuff, you get stronger, and then it like slowly morphs into a boomer shooter like Doom, and then you've got like huge hordes of enemies coming after you, right? Hence my desire to learn ECS for performance reasons. And then like towards the end when you're like super strong, there's this one mod for Doom called Russian Overkill, and it looks like this. And it looks like this here. Let's find one of the guns. There's like these crazy, ridiculous guns, and I kind of want to channel that energy into my game. That's the plan. That's the plan. Although that, you know, does require some good sound design, good animation. I've done animation before, technically, for that one Game Jam project. This is a chain gun that fires chain guns. What other guns are there? I don't remember. Medkit bomb. Which one was this one? Gopnik. Anyway, whatever. Big guns that deal big explosions. I mean, it's not just this game. I could take inspiration from, like, Ratchet and Clank is another one that's on my mind. That's big guns. Serious Sam, actually. I was thinking about Serious Sam again. And I think I'd almost forgotten about it when I was, like, working on FPS Survivors the first time, right? But when I think of games that I played a long time ago that have a shitload of enemies, this is definitely one of them, one of the big ones that stick out in my head. So, yeah, that's the idea. Hello, Commander Quincooks. Dots, why do you really hate yourself? I must have performance and a shitload of entities on screen. That's why. That's why. I was already torturing myself, I think, when I was doing it in Godot. So hopefully this will be slightly less torturous, but it's probably still torturous. Never use Unity. ECS is a good pattern. I like the idea of it. I hear a lot of comments online that are like, ECS is good for not just for like performance reasons, but for design or code organization reasons, right? To separate out, you know, things into entities, components, and system. It's all data, and you have systems that act on the data, and that some people like thinking about the things in that way. It just feels like there's a bunch of extra, what's the word? Boilerplatey, syntax-related stuff that you have to think about and remember. other concerns. So my plan is to learn this stuff as well as possible so that it's not torture to write beforehand. Before going into like really trying to make this, I'm probably gonna not even start the project. I'm gonna work on other like little tutorial things like these. I like guns. I'm really good at making up ideas for gun because I played Russian Overkill a ton on like Nutslot WOD on my slow SPC. Nice. Thinking I'll play something like Mace Griffin Bounty Hunter. Do I want to know? Use UE then, it's what it's designed for. Neo, hi Pawlino. But I don't want to touch C++. I suppose I could use UE. It's just that I've used Unity a little bit before. So I'm more familiar with Unity than I am for Unreal Engine. I suppose if I'm gonna have to learn this stuff anyway, I might as well pick one or the other, right? I have the freedom to pick one or the other. Maybe I'll try it out a little bit. I'll take a look at the tutorials, look at the API and stuff for this. Does Unreal have ECS built in, or do you have to like bring in an outside C++ framework? I remember when I was looking into it, like Flex was one of the things I kept seeing. Array of structs versus structive array sort of thing, and C++ yummy. Num num. Data locality is most important. Yeah, that is one of the ideas behind ECS, right? Divi11 made a new ProDoom video. ProDoom. Neo has no freedom. He's property. Do I look like property to you? I mean, I guess I am wearing a collar, so. I'm collectively... I am collectively the property of all my paying chat members. Oh god, that's fucked up. Okay. Haven't used Unreal either? Yeah, I haven't. Have I? No, I've never messed around with Unreal Engine before. Anyway. So, one overview. Let's get to reading. Let's do the reading an article thing. One overview. CPU and memory performance are critical considerations when it comes to building applications that give users immersive and responsive experiences. Unity's data-oriented technology stack, DOTS, is a software architecture that allows Unity developers to make the best use of hardware characteristics and constraints. DOTS is a combination of technologies that represent a new way of working with Unity. It's a different approach to thinking about code and data that uses data-oriented design, hey, is that the thing, as opposed to the object-oriented programming approach. DOTS lets you take advantage of multi-core processors to parallelize data processing. With DOTS, you can make your applications more performant and better suited to your target hardware. This tutorial is for learners in both non-technical and technical roles who are new to DOTS to provide a foundational understanding of DOTS and address common questions that you or your team may have in the primary stages of your DOTS learning. This is like tangentially related. One thing I remember seeing in the devlog updates of Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, DRG Survivor. I've been playing that a bit. I think I played it this morning. That they wanted to port the game over to ECS. That they had built the game using Unity with like game objects, and they wanted to port it over to ECS, but they had to delay the whole project to port the game over to ECS so that they could, keep making progress on adding new stuff to the game. So it seems like it's gonna be a big pain to change something that's built in one paradigm and then change it over to the other. So I guess that is a good reason to like make a big decision, big architectural decision like this early. Allow me to describe my OCI named Snow. Satyr with golden brown skin, dark brown hooves and horns, snow white fur and hair, including lashes and brows and blood red eyes. He doesn't wear pants because fur. He does wear shirts, however. Usually t-shirts with the logo of whatever band she happens to be obsessed with that month. She's an art student. I hope she looks more done and fun. No. Meme of two people shaking hands. Art majors, computer science majors. Did something similar-ish for a game jam game in Relib. Nice. Yeah, I remember seeing Raylib. I haven't really messed around with it. Lots of bullets, yeah. You know, my homies hate OP. OP, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. The more I've been doing this, the more I see like the anti-OOP sentiment, and the more I'm like, yeah, they have some good points, yeah. Anyway, I should probably at least do a little bit of research into Unreal Engine and ECS, and also just Unreal's performance in general. Whether it'd be like good enough for my needs, right? But I'm just a little more familiar with Unity, so that's the main reason I'm looking into it. As for pricing, right? I think they're both. Unity's limit is 200,000, I think, currently. If you make, was it 200,000 a year from your business, your games, your game projects, whatever, or just Unity projects, then you have to pay for the license, which is like 2,200 a year. Unreal is like a 5% royalty after you make 1 million. So if your game is very successful, then you pay. You have to pay more than Unity, but you only have to pay after like your game is very, very successful. He used to be an English major until he realized he might want to be employable. Oh god. Anyway. Features and packages. Unity's data-oriented tech stack is a set of features and packages that facilitate writing high-performance CPU code. The C# job system provides an easy and safe way to write multi-threaded code, allowing you to take advantage of the many cores in today's CPUs. The Burst compiler is an optimizing C# compiler that often generates much faster code than Mono or even ILCPP. The Unity Mathematics package provides a math library that is specially optimized when used in Burst compiled code. The Unity Collections package provides common collection types, lists, and hash maps. Unlike normal C# collections, these collections are unmanaged, can be used in Burst compiled code. These collections also support safety checks that help ensure they're used safely in jobs. The Unity Entities package provides a form of entity component system architecture. In brief, entities are a lighter weight, more efficient alternative to game objects, and they're processed by units of code called systems. The Unity Entities graphics package renders entities using URP, the Universal Rendering Pipeline, or HERP, the High Definition Rendering Pipeline. Blah, blah, blah. Some other packages built on top of entities, the rest of Dot's core. Unity.physics package provides a deterministic rigid body dynamic system and spatial query system. The Unity netcode package, also known as netcode for entities, provides network multiplayer with an authoritative server and client-side prediction. Okay, one other thing that I was getting frustrated with in my old project in FPS Survivors made in Godot and Bevy put together, I had the player in the Godot world, in like Godot's node world, and all the enemies in the ECS world. And so I was having to like send messages between the two layers, and I didn't really figure out how, if I wanted like the enemies to be fully solid, right? We want a game where you can't walk through enemies. Then it was seeming like that would be kind of a difficulty without like porting the player over to the ECS world. But then we have some other weird like input concerns there. So it was feeling a little weird. The other thing that was really slowing me down, I think, was we're using Bevy ECS, which is in Rust. And as much as I love Rust's type system, it was getting pretty slow to, I don't know, think about, and also to compile with. And maybe my file organization, code organization wasn't the best either, but you know, I want to take a more measured, structured approach. I'm going to be looking at lots of samples and other people's projects before to get a better idea of how to like organize a larger project like this. Better separate things out. Ooh. Job application picture. CryEngine is flat 5% after 300k. CryEngine? I haven't even thought about CryEngine in a while. Really? How user friendly is Full feature editor. Neat. First 5k annual revenue per project is royalty free. Interesting. Okay, so it does seem a lot lower than Unity and Unreal, at least with this current pricing, I assume. But I think the bigger thing is just whatever engine lets you make your projects the best they can be, right? But again, these are all tools, so what really matters is how you use them, but also that it doesn't get in your way, right? I think OOP and moderation is fine, like functional programming and moderation is fine. I'm not going to do everything in Haskell, but some higher order functions or maybe an optional type in app. Or a maybe optional type is good. I really don't like Rust personally. Yeah. Yeah, I was feeling that a little. The more I was working with Rust. Also just beginning to work with Rust was there's like a big learning curve, I think, with the whole borrow checker. Right. But I get the feeling that if you got like really used to it, then those or if you weren't doing a game, maybe that those like safety guarantees would be really nice. They change it, whatever, that's their business. CryEngine is visual powerhouse. Unity I think is better for versatility, or is Unity? Yeah, Unreal is better for Twitch style gameplay. Okay. I wouldn't use Rust for game development. After my experience with Bevy, it wasn't terrible actually. I think that Bevy's API was designed nicely. Once you get used to it, documentation is kind of sparse. It's, you know, bleeding edge stuff. There's not a ton of people using it. That's another big concern. Likes the Rust. That's another big concern I'm having right now too. Is the thought of like how much adoption is there of this engine in like, can I Google a problem I'm having and will stuff come up? Or am I like on my own unless I go into like a specific Discord and ask the one guy who knows everything about this library for help? And like, do I have the time and mental energy to like fully explain the problem to this person without actually just figuring out the problem myself? All right. CPP is cozy to me. Yeah, I did one. I think I mentioned this before. I did a class in CPP. I did a class in C++ in university, and it kind of turned me off of the language as a whole. But I don't think we were using a lot of like modern standards and stuff like that. So maybe that's why I didn't like it as much. And also the project was like taking a half-finished project, and that was filled with bugs, and then fixing all the bugs and finishing the project, so. One thing I wanted to use Rust for was a settings GUI. I cried on chapter 4 of the Rust book. I read that chapter like stung the bile. I just didn't understand. Rust for GUI. That's another, big concern I'm having. I like Godot's UI system. From what I hear, Unity's UI system is very web based, or like similar to web, which is what I'm, mostly familiar with. But I haven't actually messed around much with it. So I guess I'll have to figure that out. Hello, Cielo Jose. Oh man, you guys saw Gura's new music video? Her like last project? With the songwriter from like Devil May Cry 5. Are we back? Okay, OBS disconnected for like 1 second. Manly tears have been shed. Wah! Wah. Alright. Currently, Unity has no entity-based solution for animation, audio, or UI, so an entities-based project must fall back on game objects or other alternatives for these features. For example, if you make an entities-based game with animated monsters, you can represent the monsters and entities in the simulation logic, but render them as game objects. This necessitates syncing state between each monster entity and its game object representation, but this overhead may be totally acceptable at small to medium scales. You know what's funny is I was kind of doing that with Godot and Bevy. It was like syncing Godot state with like Godot nodes into like Bevy's ECS, and I knew it was causing like a performance hit, And so that was kind of one of my concerns, but probably the bigger problem the game had was just game design. It was just trying to, like, overloading the player with too much random shit going on and not, like, letting them feel, you know, the real core part of Vampire Survivors is, like, just the feeling of getting stronger, right? So I'm gonna be thinking more about that as I go on. Ew, unnecessary runtime overhead. Ew, I want my game entirely in ECS. I want to write the menus in ECS. I want to write... I want code all multi-threaded, all data cache locality. Okay, alright. I guess I should Google was it Unreal Engine? Entity component system in Unreal. It's easy to follow ECS in UE4 as you use C++. ECS is known to work well with C++. ECS is very possible with Blueprint. Terminology is confusing. Not programmed in ECS. ECS used to make AI physics, graphics, etc. I think I was like looking into some ECS examples I saw in Unreal actually when I was like early getting started on FPS Survivors before actually, when I started FPS Survivors, the idea was to use compute shaders. That was a long time ago. And the compute shader code was even more messy than my ECS code. Yeah, but if you want a ton of things on screen, you want to simulate a bajillion things, it's really good. Really, really good to use compute shaders. I have to think about ways I could make use of them still. Haven't used compute shaders yet? Yeah, I remember I was watching like a bunch of Ace Rolla videos and he kept talking about compute shaders or the future. Compute shaders are doing crazy stuff. And yeah, from what I can tell, they're a really powerful tool. You know, just generalized GPU programming. Make your GPU do everything, which is kind of what we're doing for like LLMs and AI stuff, right? Pure ECS, the underlying C++ in Unreal is a hybrid ECS that is few, if any, of the data-oriented approaches the pure ECS approach takes. Carpe ECS, useful in Unreal's hybrid ECS model. Bind data to logic that operates only on that data, keep components as small as possible, one clearly defined responsibility. Okay. Alright. Yeah, maybe I should look into Unreal's performance in general and see if, like, what's it? Crowd should be controlled by a specialized crowd/hive controller. People are too used to the concept of separate controller per skeletal mesh in UE4. Natural in managing the low amount of NPC. Not the best model for every single game, like a city crowd of hundreds of NPCs. This is from 5 years ago. I'm reading a Reddit thread from 5 years ago. Dot seems to be important to Unity since they struggle with the performance of C# with OOP for demanding apps like video games. From what I heard, C# automatically management simply doesn't handle OOP overhead well, so Dots helps with memory alignment, cache misses, so on. C# easy to start and work on less demanding games, not that easy and useful for heavy stuff actually. Unity is now in the process of writing the entire engine all from scratch. All OP-based tools need to be thrown away and rewritten. This is not a big issue since Unity doesn't come with any tools, but in the case of UE4, 5 years ago, they're talking about UE4 still. A lot of Unreal games have problems with TA and effects that require TA, I know that. Yeah, there's videos online. I've seen some discussions of like every game is a blurry AI upscaled mess now, and Unreal Engine developers have no idea how to make something performant. Because they all use the out-of-the-box solutions. Not that I could code any better than them, probably. In the case of UE4, incredible amount of system crawling and pure OP. Would have to spend years to refactor the engine. UE5 Nanite and Lumen, for example, only compatible with modern hardware. Unity DOTS provides huge performance benefits for most supported devices. Processing a lot of AI pretty easy when it comes to multi-threading, rendering many objects on screen obliterates performance when it comes to OP. And it does work on older devices. Why am I reading a Reddit thread about? No baked lighting. I was a huge fan of the idea of ECS. I love UE4 too. I was completely sold on the concept and the power of it. I looked into all the implementations that did workarounds to try and get it into UE4. Without a pretty low-level rewrite, you just aren't going to get many of the advantages. Just on the concept alone, I considered switching to use Unity. However, I eventually came to the realization that in idealistic situations, it is beautiful and amazing. Realistically, 99% of the time, it's not going to matter. Most games won't see much of an impact. All it takes is a few mistakes or design changes that could disrupt some of the wins. The overhead of copying to/from separate is killing all the perf benefit of your ECS wins, then it probably wasn't that big of a perf win to begin with. And as others have said, there are so many other low-hanging fruit techniques that you can do to achieve far more. In the very few rare circumstances you would actually benefit from a perf perspective, you're probably going to be spending an incredible amount of time working on that area, and might be able to benefit from a custom ECS simulator with the added overhead of copying the data out of your separate simulation back into the game world. Right, that's the problems I was having with copying data between Godot and Bevy when I was trying to combine the two. So does Unreal 5 have anything for ECS at the moment? Engine level ECS system? My understanding of Unreal Engine 5's experimental ECS plugin with a small sample project. Okay. You haven't gotten past the first challenge and we're already on Reddit. Modern game developing is lost. Well, it's actually you guys are mentioning Unreal Engine to me, so I do want to like consider my options carefully for, you know, a decision that is going to span rather, you know, probably a long running project for me. Right. If I think about my eventual goals for this game idea in my head, right, over a long period of time, it's probably like what? It could be like 1 year, 2 year, or more until even like I don't know, some kind of commercial launch. Then again, you could really do anything. You could make it in Java. Yeah, you could just make Minecraft. Java edition, not Bedrock edition. No, we'll just make our game a Minecraft mod, and then be subject to Mojang's, Microsoft's terms of years to service. Scared of the freedom. The more you analyze it, the more you realize you have to write your own engine, and then you get lost in the sauce doing that. Right, which is why if Unity's ECS is good enough for what I'm trying to do and has stuff already made for it, like, for example, this, right? Animation for ECS. Apparently, this guy's framework has it. Not only that, where is it? Where they mention it? Character ready, somewhere on here. Skeletons and bones. I was like literally reading this. Sockets, this thing. A socket, formerly known as an exported bone, is an entity that copies the root space optimized bone transforms, whatever. It's a thing you can attach. You can get the transform of a bone, right? And I need that if I want accurate hitboxes, right? For an animated character, which I think is pretty important. I think especially because I want there to be a contrast between this early game where you have to like carefully match your shots and, you know, optimize for like I want it to feel like a game like Killing Floor, right? Or like those early waves in Killing Floor. And then it like the game ramps up into an old school boomer shooter, but you're that same character. You like kept getting stronger by leveling up to reach that state, right? If I want there to be contrast between those two states, I think it would be ideal if the beginning like feels good, and feeling good in that case I think requires, maybe not requires, but it would be nice to have like accurate hitboxes, so like your shots matter. Right. Forcing you to play the old Army Men PC games. Are you back? Are you back? Okay, OBS paused for like 1 second again. Hello. Storm is going out of its way to mess with my internet. It's messing with my internet, actually. OBS disconnected for like 1 second there. Naruhodo. Okay. No entity-based solution for animation, audio, or UI, so an entities-based project must fall back on game objects or other alternatives for these features. UI, I imagine, will still need to use game objects, right? But apparently this thing, Latios Framework, also has a thing for audio. Where's my readme? Where's my readme? Oh wait, this is the documentation? How do we get here? Doxed. 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 He's literally right next to me. Gonna get on Linux, going back to my hole. Alright, have fun. Have fun. Anyway, Miri Audio, this thing. Out of the box pure ECS audio solution. And a voice combining feature to support massive amounts of sources at once. This sounds like exactly what I need as well. So really, maybe that means this decision is being influenced by this free and open source framework for Unity dots made by this guy, Latios Framework. Anyway, anyway, we'll keep that in mind for the future. Anyway, let's go to the key concepts of dots. I don't know. Do you guys want to watch these, or should we get into the actual coding? Oh, you guys can't even hear. Where's the captions? There's only Korean captions and captions off. Why are there only Korean captions and no English captions? Okay, okay. I did actually watch these before, so we'll get into them when we do the actual coding. Or the concepts behind these. Okay, should my project use dots? Any project with CPU bottlenecks and user code should consider re-implementing the slow code as burst compiled jobs. Not only will burst compiled code often run multiple times faster than mono compiled or even IL2 CPP compiled equivalent, jobs allow you to split workloads across all cores of the CPU. The good news is that burst compiled jobs can usually be integrated into an existing project with relative ease, even if the project otherwise makes no use of dots. You may need to copy data into and out of the Unity.collections types, but otherwise adding burst compiled jobs generally requires no serious code restructuring. This is much less true for the entities package. While it's sometimes possible to selectively integrate entities to implement just specific features, ECS architecture imposes its own code structure and so generally is meant to form the foundation of your whole project. Here are 4 good reasons to build your new project using entities. Your project will have many static elements, such as for rendering a large detailed environment. The Megacity sample, for example, demonstrates a complex environment made out of entities. Your project will have many dynamic elements, possibly with computationally heavy behaviors. Also, here we can take a look at the Megacity demo. Oh my god. It's the future. That's actually pretty cool. That's, yeah, a lot of things, right? Well, just environmental detail. Right, that could all be like baked into meshes, maybe, but it is very big. Very impressive. All right, let's Megacity. There's like a second Megacity demo that's like multiplayer, built on the ECS. Neo sounds significantly crunchier on Linux. Crunch. Linux put Neo in 4K, which means I can only see 4 pixels. 4p. 4p. P. Alright, your project will have many dynamic elements, possibly with computationally heavy behaviors. That sounds like my game idea. But also it sounds like a lot of ideas for Vampire Survivors likes in general, right? I feel like that's one thing where we might be like missing, or like that hasn't been explored fully, I feel, in like the Survivors like genre or whatever you want to call it, right? Is just the original like spectacle of the original of the genre, right? Is you're killing these massive hordes of enemies and you feel like a god, right? But I don't think a lot of games are using ECS, probably because it's hard, right? It's a pain in the ass to develop in ECS in a lot of these current frameworks, I feel. But yeah, I hope to see more big games, right? Made by small developers using these things. I guess big is kind of like it's a weird way of describing it, right? Big as in what kind of big? Like there's a lot of stuff, a lot of features? No, I guess in my case, it's like a lot of stuff on screen as opposed to like a lot of stuff developed for it. Cars are probably best standalone entities though. Yeah, there are a lot of cars in that. A lot of cars. A lot of big things. Many dynamic elements, possibly with computationally heavy behaviors. A real-time strategy game, for example, often needs to compute pathfinding for hundreds or thousands of units. We've seen RTS games, right, that have ridiculous amounts of units. There's like what's that one game? Oh, right. I remember when I was looking into stuff really early on for this game idea. There's this game, Ultimate Epic Battle Simulator 2. And I think this uses compute shaders, but it simulates a ridiculous amount of units. It simulates many, many units. But it's kind of just a tech demo. Not too much of a game. But you can set up like giant fights between like millions of units. And so I thought this was really cool. And I'd love to see something but like this, but more detailed from like a third person or first person perspective, right? What's that other game we saw that was on Steam? What was it? Kingmaker, I think it was called? Kingmakers. This one. I think, yeah, it's this one, right? We saw like huge armies and the player actually getting to like fight in them. This is another thing that I was thinking about early on in, well, thinking about my game idea, right? Is this. Just huge armies, right? That's cool. That's cool. So, and we have the technology, but it seems like not a ton of people are taking advantage of it. Hi Fred Fake. Hello. Looks like a good ECS thing. I think the big devs pretty much always use it though. I remember seeing there's like a GDC talk about Overwatch's ECS system for just netcode and performance reasons, which is good, right? So yeah, I think a lot of big devs are using these things because the technology's here, right? What was the other game? Space Marine 2, right? That game has a ton of stuff on screen. Helldivers 2 probably has a using stuff like that. Are they using an in-house engine or is it? Where's a scene of like a bajillion enemies? I know there's like plenty of them in this game. See, a bajillion enemies. Well, not like too many, but there's scenes with way more enemies than this, right? So, good use of ECS probably. Pretty sure Helldivers 2 is in-house. Yeah, so they're probably using optimizations like these. Yeah, Helldivers 2. I still haven't played it. Simply not have Helldivers 2. Some of the most cinematic Helldivers 2 gameplay you'll see. Here, I want to see a big battle with a bajillion things happening. God. Every time I see footage of this game, it's like so cool. It's so cool. The airstrikes and the giant robots and aliens and shit exploding. Sound design too. Anyway, yeah. It's fun. It looks fun. Peak game dev is a thing, more of them. Total War did a similar effect with less people when they tried to make it an RTS before Sega bought the company that handled it to CA. California. Alright. You prefer the ECS way of structuring data and code, which is arguably easier to reason about and maintain than the more common OOP alternative. Arguably? I like the idea. You're making a competitive multiplayer game with fast action as a shooter. You still require authoritative servers and client-side prediction for a good player experience. These features are supported in netcode for entities, but not netcode for game objects, apparently. they're still working on it. Creative Assembly. They also tried to make an RPG that failed. Ah. Okay. Alright, 4. The tutorials of this course. 3 tutorials of this course. Almost an hour and we haven't started coding yet. Cover basic usage of entities and the job system. It's kind of more just a chatting stream about ECS nerd shit. Nerd. If you're watching the stream, you're a nerd. If you're studying programming, you're probably a nerd. Anyway. The first tutorial will get you started with Unity's job system. Demonstrates how to use the C# job system, Burst, Unity collections, and Unity mathematics to create a high-performance solution for a problem that involves heavy computation on the CPU. Nerd. Nerd emoji. wait. Nerd. Alright. Me. The second tutorial, Learn Entities with HelloCube, walks through very basic examples of creating and manipulating entities. The third tutorial, Entities in Action Tanks, walks through a very simple simulation of cannons moving and firing cannonballs. Yay! To learn more about dots, go to the dots page on unity.com. Guys, check out our cool data-oriented technology stack. Wow. Get started with dots. Okay, great. Thanks, Unity. Not sponsored. Okay. Let's go. Get started with Unity's job system. Jobs. I like this thumbnail. Here's your job. Here's your job system. You want the job. Okay. Here's a nerd that sticks his butt out. Huh? No. What are you talking about? This tutorial introduces fundamentals of using jobs to take advantage of multi-core CPUs. By the end of this tutorial, you'll be able to do the following. Create, schedule, and complete single-threaded jobs. You want the jobs. Create, schedule, and complete parallel jobs. Schedule jobs that depend on other jobs. Use native arrays. Yay. Alright. Jobs.zip. Okay. This tutorial introduces the fundamentals of using jobs to take advantage of multi-core CPUs. We'll go step through the jobs tutorial sample from the entity component samples repository on GitHub. Okay. In the sample, you'll start with seekers, blue cubes, and targets, red cubes, that move slowly in random directions on a 2D plane. Your task is to draw a white debug line from each seeker to its nearest target in real time. This whole finding nearest thing seems like a pretty common thing in game development, huh? Did you read Data-Oriented Design by Richard Fabian? No, I'm sorry. But I hear the name of that book. I've been seeing the name of that book a couple times when I'm like Googling around for ECS related stuff. First, you'll see how to solve the problem without jobs. Then you'll learn how to solve the problem with jobs. And we'll look at profiles to see the performance improvements. For a walkthrough of a slightly different version of this tutorial, watch the video below. Okay, thanks. Before you begin, this tutorial assumes you have a basic understanding of C# and game objects, and you have completed the previous tutorials in this course to get familiar with dots and entities. Create a new Unity project, install the collections package. So, adding collections package will automatically add the burst and mathematics packages as dependencies. So I believe I've already done that. Let me open up the Unity window that I've had open this entire time. It's a good one, I'd recommend it. I've been looking for a book to read, I think, for a bit now. I might actually take a look at that one. Thanks for the recommendation. Especially because I keep seeing it around. Anyway, window, package manager. You can't see my package manager window because it's not this window. We have collections. I believe it's already installed. It says installed as dependency. And then burst and mathematics are also dependencies. Okay, so we already have that. Cool. Let's keep going. What? It's online too? Oh, wait. Data-oriented design by Richard Fabian. This one. New version available at .book. Okay. Online release of data-oriented design. The free online reduced version, some inessential chapters are excluded from this version. But in the spirit of this being an education resource, the essentials are present for anyone wanting to learn about data-oriented design. Oh my god. I could stream. We could stream reading this. We could stream reading this and discussing this, actually. We did a book club, but it's like a fucking technical programming book. How many people do you think we could get for a programming book club? Link in Discord. I already Googled it. It's a lot of text. Damn. That's a lot of text. Too bad I ain't reading. But yeah, I'll keep this in mind. Actually, bookmark. Dodd. Pom, hello. How's it going, bro? What you learning today? We're learning data-oriented design. Well, in Unity specifically. We're not actually reading this entire book, but this is a book that I keep seeing in discussions about ECS. So I'll probably read it at some point. That seems like a good thing to know about, to understand the fundamentals of. But anyway, yeah, we're learning ECS. I want to sort of relearn this because the first time around I was trying to make this game called FPS Survivors. The idea is like Vampire Survivors, but an FPS, basically, right? And originally I was doing it in Godot. And originally I was doing Compute Shavers, but I was doing Godot and Bevy ECS, which is an ECS game. Well, it's an ECS that's a module in a game engine, Bevy engine, which is built in Rust. And I was not having a great time trying to combine the two together. But I think now, with more, I guess, experience in actually finishing a game and making it and releasing it, I'm feeling inspired again to work on it, but I kind of want to redo everything. Remember that game? It's what got me to really watch you? That's good to hear. I'm glad you guys care about that. The project that I gave up on. And hopefully we'll be picking back up. Or restarting. Is that Taco BGM? Hell yeah, that is also the first place I know this BGM from. And Solarado. It's also used in Muse Dash. It's also just a royalty-free music you can use from Dova Syndrome. Taco BGM, this gives me Distance 2021 PTSD. Yay. Anyway, I really want to focus more on the actual, like, polish of it, right? Because I think it's the details that really matter in a lot of things. Hi, Felix Valenti. Hello. I don't really remember how I got here. Well, now you're learning, instead of art, we're doing coding. You're learning about code. You're learning about ECS. You're learning Unity. You're learning about Unity dots. Oh, hi. Oh, hi, Felix. Hi. All right. Create seekers and targets that wander on a 2D plane. All right. For the seekers and targets, define mono behaviors that simply modify the transform at a constant rate, no longer a direction vector. Create a new script file called target.cs. All right, cool. Doo-doo. Tutorial info. Oh, wait. Okay. Okay, so we have our started Unity project. Where am I gonna put my script file? Whatever, we'll put in the main folder. No, I feel weird putting in the main folder. I don't want to put it in the main folder. Naming thing is the hardest part. Okay. Alright, we got our scene, right? Just make a scripts folder. I feel like that works for smaller projects, but like for larger projects, I get the feeling that you'd want to... Whatever. I'm gonna make a new folder. We're gonna call it Seekers. Alright, we're gonna make a script. Target.cs. C#. Did I not set my editor to... I think I set up VS Code already, but... Oh, okay, whatever. Hold on. Set up VS Code. I wanted to launch an entire fucking Visual Studio every time. Okay. Where is, I think it's in, what, preferences? Or project settings. For larger projects, you shove it in one file with millions of lines. That sounds like a great idea. That sounds like a great idea. Okay, editor, change to VS Code, okay. Open this, double click, it should open VS Code this time. Yes, I trust the offer. Okay. Code. Alright, there we go. Alright, it's dots jobs time. It's dots jobs time. I'm just gonna copy paste this. Add the following lines of code. There you go. Target.cs. Oh, I haven't set up my extensions, have I? Okay, we'll install those. What was it? You install Unity, and I think that's it, right? Or is there more? Is there more? Unity, code snippets, Unity tools. I think this also has, yeah, documentation. I think I had this installed. I'm just gonna install it. All right. Or was it not this one? Uh-oh. Okay, whatever. Okay. Cool. Okay, yeah, we have completion now, or IntelliSense, whatever it's called. Stream roasting the French guy. French guy. Wait, what? Oh, we're talking about Felix. Okay. Okay, transform. This is our transform. Mono behavior from our component.transform. Okay. Okay, and then we set the local position is plus equals direction times time delta time. Okay. Great. So it moves. It moves in a direction. We set a vector3 direction, and it moves in that direction at a speed of 1 per second. Great. French guy. French guy. All right. Go back to our browser window. All right. Get a new script file, secret.cs. Add this content. It is the exact same for now. It's the exact same for now. Okay. All right, make a new script. Seeker. Open that. All right. And yeah, we're copy pasting it. Infinite ifs and thens. Me when I am making a Hitman style game, but it's anime and it's about being a Yan. Okay. Okay. Nonio, we first met in the Sisyphus reading scream. Kept roasting the Presso French writer. Oh, that French writer. Ah, yes. Camus. Camus. He was closer to French than Felix. Yo, is Yandere dev? No. Lies. I refuse. No. It can't be. Knockoffs of that are decent. I can imagine, yeah, it's a pretty solid concept for a game, right? Never really played Hitman, though. But I like the idea of it, and I like watching some like challenge run videos and stuff on it. Okay, create a prefab. Name target with a single root game object. Make it a red rendered cube. Add the target mono behavior. Okay. Let's see. What if we just make 2 folders? One is Seeker and then one is Target. God, I love organization. I want to see a Yandere Sim code review. There's like a number of those on YouTube, aren't there? Can we... cut? Paste. Okay. So, target is a red rendered cube. It's a prefab at the target mono behavior. Okay. All right. I know what I'm doing. I may have not touched Unity in like a bajillion years. So scene, right click, create scene prefab. All right, make our target prefab. Our single root game object, make it a red rendered cube. Okay, that means we need to add a component. Is it mesh? Mesh renderer? Not a mesh renderer, there's like a... Oh no. Oh no, assuming a basic knowledge of Unity. It's been years. It's been forever. Not collider. It's gotta be under mesh, right? Probably is just what, mesh renderer, right? Oh no. What do you... Oh wait, do you need to like set another component that has the actual mesh? I suppose there's always Google. Rendering lights. Sprite renderer. Layout. Mesh. Skin mesh renderer. No. Miscellaneous. Nav mesh. No. Physics. No. Oh no. I've literally forgotten how to render a single goddamn cube. Okay, let's Google it. Unity cube. Unity tutorial 3D sprinting cube. Oh my god. Guys, check it out. We're following another tutorial so you can create a cube. Oh, you right click 3D object cube. Oh. Alright, 3D object cube. We want this on the... Okay, so it's a mesh renderer. Oh, you set a mesh filter and a mesh renderer. Oh, okay. Can we copy these components? We don't even need the collider, do we? Well, we might need the collider. Unless... Okay, then I guess we were supposed to make this the... No, we can't change the root object. Okay, so actually we have to set him... Okay, mesh filter mesh cube. Okay, mesh renderer. Get rid of the child cube. Beautiful pink material. Seems like most of these materials are broken. We'll figure it out. There's a wireframe too. Sprite's default. Let's just do the default line. Although it has to be red, right? That means we make a new material, right? That's magenta. That's magenta. Okay. Then let's make a new material then. Not a physical material, rendering material. Okay. Alright, the target material. God, XFC is ugly. Make a playlist of girls singing sad songs to cry myself to sleep to. Aww. Ooh. Okay, we have this red material. That means we can, what, drag it onto this thing? Yeah. cool. We have red cube, and it only took us 5 million years to figure out that you need both a mesh filter and a mesh renderer. The mesh renderer reads from the mesh filter. Okay, great. There isn't even any code yet. It's there, it's there. It's dev game for Neo to make players being hunted by 4 yanderes. All 4 are hostile to each other but avoid exiting their own territory. Is that like, it's like the dream Minecraft speedrun? Minecraft speedrunner hunted by 4 yanderes. Okay. Let's go back to the tutorial. I know what I'm doing. Create a prefab named Seeker with a single root game object. Make it a blue rendered cube. Add the Seeker mono behavior. Oh, I forgot to add the target mono behavior. All right, let's go back to target. Add a component. This thing, target script. All right, cool. We haven't set the direction, but that's fine. That's fine. It's a mesh filter, mesh filter, a vertex shader, and mesh renderer, a fragment shader. I don't know. I don't know. Although you need to be giving it the vertices in the first place, right? That's what the filter would be doing. So I'm not sure I'd call it a vertex shader. Maybe kind of like that, but anyway. Okay, let's go back to Seeker, right? Our next thing to do is create a prefab named Seeker with a single root game object, make it a blue rendered cube, add the Seeker mono behavior. Okay. So, create scene prefab is the Seeker prefab scene. We go into this. You right click on this and then cube. No, that adds it as a child. Oh, okay. All right. Well, now we know what to do, right? If we want to make a cube, it's a mesh filter. Mesh filter set to cube. Add a mesh renderer. On this mesh renderer, add a material, which we're gonna make a new material. We'll just copy the one from target and then modify it a bit. Seeker material. Here's the Seeker material. We should probably apply it to the cube. Uh-oh. There we go. And then change the color. Should be blue. Look at that blue. Isn't it blue beautiful? Okay. Oh, oops, okay. POSIX! I hate POSIX! God, the ender takes the player back to the home. Okay. Can't you just get other yanderes to remove other yanderes? Player takes over, okay. I just thought of the narrative for it. The yanderes are monster girls and the player's in the labyrinth they're trying to escape. Oh my god. Greek mythology reference? That's crazy. It's an in-depth. Alright, draft up a game design doc and then send it to me. Or don't. I'm not actually gonna make it. Even gigabytes worth of updates is slow when they're all in 200 byte files. Files a split second delay. Man. Make it happen. Make it happen. You do it from the text I posted. Damn. Damn, he said I have to do it, so I guess I have to do it now. I guess that's what a good content creator would do, huh? Would satisfy the demands of his audience, right? Wonder why TCOAAL hasn't referenced Arthurian legend yet? Just to make you suffer more. No, then I have to do all the work. Okay, guys, I have this great game idea. Except you have to do all the implementation and design work and everything. Oh, God. Anyway. Create another... Next, you need a mono behavior that will spawn the targets and secrets at the beginning of play mode. I didn't set the script on in the Seeker yet, did I? Alright. Seeker. Oh, man. Okay. Seeker script. Thanks for auto-sorting. Alright. Just make the yanderes giantesses. No. No, I'm not good enough artist to go into my own work. Although, isn't it like the That's like the hard part about being an NSFW artist is like, why did I say the hard part? That you get like so exposed to your work that you can't enjoy it, right? I think that's like true of all art, but it's like something specific when it's like NSFW art that you spent like so many hours working on it and all you can think about is just the weird angle that you didn't draw perfectly and you can't enjoy it at all. Arthurian Legend anti-CO AAL have some pretty spicy incest. Bro, what if we made World of Warcraft but like everyone had guns like Call of Duty? Yeah, just make World, it's like a Skyrim of guns. IGN. Is it just Warhammer? I should play Command and Conquer. I never... Wait, what? I think the last time I remember hearing about Command and Conquer was that there's like this Lego Flash game called Lego Mars Mission Crystalian Conflict. It was like an RTS game in Flash from the Lego Mars Mission series, and apparently the gameplay was like pretty much a clone of one of the Command and Conquer games. Spicy incest. I don't even know what TCOAAL is. I don't know what's going on in YouTube chat. Hello, Twitch chat. Glad to see you here, Vanilla, or something. I think I'm noticing more and more like that feeling of disconnect between when you're in a dual stream and like you're in one of the chats but not the other chat, and you don't see the chat messages that the streamer is responding to in the chat box that you are typing in, and then there's like a little disconnect there. It's a little weird, so I kind of see it. I still think overall it's a benefit. I'm already sort of committed to it by enabling subs and stuff on Twitch, so we'll keep doing it. But I don't know, I've been thinking about it more. I don't know, what's a fun FPS? King Arthur does his sister. CNC Renegade. C and C. C and C. YouTube chat is too inconsistent. Man. Alright. Create another script file, name it spawner CS. Add the following code. So, you need a monitor behavior, they'll spawn the targets and seekers all at the beginning of play mode. Alright. Let's put it in another folder then. Let's make a folder. Maybe control yeah. Spawner. In spawner. Create script. Spawner. Open this up. Open up our thing. Alright, and I'm just gonna copy paste. TVH. It's okay as long as I understand what all these things are doing, right? Anyway. Coffin and Andy and Lele? Oh, you're right. It's gotta be. Solo crash out. We're all crashing out. Now, me trying to learn ECS is gonna make me crash out. We haven't even got to the hard part, have we? Or well, a lot of it, whatever. Anyway, so the set of targets and seekers are all fixed. So rather than retrieving them every frame, we'll cache their transforms in these fields. Okay. Transform array, target transforms, transform array, seeker transforms, static. A public game object seeker prefab, public game object target prefab. Cool. So we'll have to set that in the actual thing. Okay. Public int num seekers, num targets. Okay, so it'll spawn this many seekers, I assume, in this for loop. So to spawn it, right. First we actually set the... Right, because these are, what, null initially. Alright, so make a new transform array of the size num seekers. And its state, we set the random seed. Seed and... Okay. I don't think Neo's gonna learn much fuss poking him all the time. It's okay, if I really wanted to learn this... Well, I kind of have been reading a lot of stuff about this off stream. But I want to do more coding content on stream, I think. For you guys. For the nerds who are here to watch dog VTuber program or something, and maybe learn something along the way. All right, game object, go. We call game object.instantiate. We give it the prefab. Okay. One thing I miss about Godot is like having every single part of the API documented. Watch dog VTuber programming. And yap on the internet, no one knows you're a dog. No one knows, except everyone knows now. Oh, oh well. Oh well, I haven't really tried to hide it, have I? Alright. Game object. We call it get component seeker. Right, so hopefully there is a seeker component on this prefab. Man, maybe programming universe really changed me. Now I'm thinking about like, oh, this could be null. Oh, this could be null, but we're just gonna keep going. Oh my god. A language without null checks. Can you imagine that? Severe yap disease. Start yapping about yapping, meta yapping. Yeah, we're on the yapping meta. Yeah, yapping really needs a nerf, you know. I'd like to see in the next update, did they change the they change the meta up. Give some other archetypes a buff, you know? That dog in him. Yeah, I got that dog in me. Hopefully you do too. If I go another layer of meta yapping, I'll cause some kind of universal destruction. It's going crazy with it. Vanilla's going crazy with it. Okay, so we have seeker. I'll get component. You got a seeker. We have a vector 2 called dir. Dir is a random inside unit circle. Oh. Okay, we're using getter functions, but we're just using property access and then calling a getter function secretly. Okay then, sure. So we got a random direction inside the unit circle. Cool, makes sense. We set the seeker's direction. So vector 3 from the vector 2. We set seeker transforms at I. That's this guy. To the game object's transform. Game object's transform local position is a new vector 3. So that's our starting position. In random range from 0 to the bounds.x, and then bounds.y, which is actually the z-axis. And that's a public variable we're setting here. Okay. And then we do the exact same thing for the targets. Cool. Makes sense. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Makes sense to me. All right, cool. Let's go back to the tutorial. All right. So all the strays get into him. Oh no. When am I getting pinned out? Oh no. I'm doing the... There, I'm doing the frickin' VTuber thing. No, I didn't mean that way. No. Oh god. How did we get here? Alright. Let's discuss the dangers of yapping about yapping. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, I guess at some point you just get into that endless meta loop of talking about how something is meta. So maybe that's the danger of yapping about yapping. So you just get caught in an infinite loop of meta. Of pointing out the meta-ness of the conversation. Okay, where were we? In the scene, add a single instance of the spawner component to a game object. Says properties as follows. The scene. Alright. Cool. So I guess that means we're going to the scene. The one scene in this product sample scene. Forget. We'll just do this. Well, actually... So I'm supposed to do this from... Main camera, directional light. Oh, okay. There was actually, or is it? Yeah, jobs.zip. I think we're supposed to do that. I think we're supposed to do it from here. So we might have to restart this. Blue.mat, red.mat. Seeker, target, find nearest job. Or is this the completed version? You have the main.unity scene. I guess we could have done it either way. Let me just check how completed this is actually. If I open code in here. Oh, okay. Yeah, the scripts are all filled out. Okay, well, we're doing it. We're just gonna do it ourselves. Okay. We're gonna set our. Oh, our main camera is just here. Oh, so I guess it's fine. We can just add the spawner. Okay. Prefab game object. Game object. An empty game object. This is the spawner. Add component. Spawner. Set our things. Seeker prefab. Target prefab. Target. All right. Want to dye have my head wand or blue contact lens is a one eye every day? Which characters? Which character is that? All right, set. I don't know how many. How many did it say? I got distracted for a bit. Or I was looking at the thing for a bit. Ah, okay, where were we? 3. Seekers, targets. All right. Set num seekers to 1,000. Set num targets to 1,000. Set bounds to 500 and 500. Cool. 1,000 seekers, 1,000 targets, and 500 by 500 bounds. Okay. If you enter play mode now, you'll see red and blue cubes wandering on the XZ plane, but you won't see white debug lines connecting each seeker with its nearest target. Okay. So, let's run the sample scene. Grab my spot! Don't touch me. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. I believe I need to move the camera. These are looking a bit choppy. Where's our... Can we see the profiler? Or do I need to... Where is that? Where even is that? Rendering, animation... Unity profiler. All right, we'll learn about Unity. Unity's freaking stuff here. Alright. You're holding a games where you push boxes. Steam box pushing fest. Sokoban. They made a Sokoban fest? Oh man, one of my favorite games Vava has used there. Sokoban, right? You'll explain box pushing simulator? I mean, there's boxes in this, I guess. It's actually... Where do we put this? If the bounds are 500 by 500, right? And maybe we put it at Y, like that, and then rotate the camera down 90. And then play and see. How grabbable is it? It's the nutsack. It's it exists. I don't know. Maybe you can try. I won't let you though. Okay, there we go. It's a saner looking camera placement. Okay, and I want to see the profiler. So actually, I was googling the manual. Where's the Unity profiler? Get some eyes on them before the spring sale. That's like the point of the Steam blank fests, right? There's also Next Fest, but okay, where's the profiler window? Like literally where in the panels, general, test runner performance, test report. Where? Analysis profiler. Okay, there we go. Found it. Okay, we found the profile. We run the project. Reloading. You'll give me permission to grab his butt? No, don't freaking don't touch me, chat. Bad touch, bad touch. OBS ignoring. Oh man, does the profiler itself actually eat a ton of performance? It's looking mighty choppy. Is it running? Is it the fact that I'm running OBS and all this at the same time that's messing it up? Can we pause and see? Render loop. Profiler itself. Can we even see the script here? Render thread scripting threads. The fuck? Okay, whatever. We'll just keep following the thing. I'm just not gonna worry about it. I never touch without permission, don't worry. Thanks, Luna Gladius. I knew I could trust you to not molest me without my permission. You made one antimatter, whatever that means. You made infinity, bajillion infinities. Dog, you don't need permission. The dog boy. Oh no. We don't need semantic, we don't need philosophical arguments on whether or not I'm allowed to consent. Find each seeker's nearest target without jobs. Alright. Create a new file. Name it find nearest. Add the following code. Okay. So this is the brute force solution, right? Okay. So, project. Assets. Oh, fuck it. We're just doing the main folder. Here. Create a new script. Find nearest CS. C#. My beloved. Okay. Editor, don't die on me. VS Code here. Here we go. All right. Let's make sure we actually know what this code is doing. I would like one antimatter, please. Please, I beg of you. One single antimatter. Property admitted to being property. It's a joke. It's a joke. No! Okay. Find nearest update. Find the nearest target. When comparing distances, it's cheaper to compare the squares of a distance. As doing so, it's computing square roots. I'm fine. I might be suffering a little bit from allergies. Okay, so spawner. Oh, they're static. Okay, it's a static variable. Okay, so we're accessing the static variable from spawner secret transforms. For secret transform and spawner secret transforms. So we got the secret position. We got the nearest is a local position. Okay, fine. Pet Simulator is an idle number go up game. Mongo Cat is an idle number go up game. Okay. I'm playing 3 number go up games at once. Chad, is this what we would call being cooked? I can't believe you keep winning. I mean, I literally did a stream that was doing that, so who am I to judge how you get your entertainment? Just run all the idle games at once. Okay, where were we? Secret position nearest target pause equals default. Oh, I guess I'm just not familiar with C# enough to know what this keyword. I assume it's like the default vector 3. You get like a vector 3 to 0, 0, 0 or something. All right, nearest distance squared is set to the float max value, the 32-bit float max value. All right. All right, for each target transform, spawner target transforms. Okay, so brute force, right? We're checking for each secret transform. We're checking every single target transform, and then we're finding the nearest distance. And then set the nearest target pause, and then we debug draw line from the seeker to the target. Yeah, brute force n squared, or rather m times n technically, since it's number of seekers times number of targets. Okay, so that's find nearest. Milk and cereal is soup. I don't think a sane person would refer to it as a soup. I've seen the arguments in the whole, like, is a hot dog a sandwich debates, where they, like, define a whole hierarchy of foods by structure. You know. But that is obviously not how language works. That's obviously not how language works. You have these, like, fuzzy archetypes in our head for what a thing is or isn't. It's not, like, based off of one single factor on it. They're playing Fragpunk. I hate the voice lines. Man, I feel like there's a lot of games that don't do that well. Okay, in the scene, add find nearest component to a new game object. Cool, alright. Let's add an empty game object. We'll just call it find nearest. We'll add the find nearest script. Cool. Okay, is a loaf of bread a sandwich? The average person is less than 2 arms. Yeah, the average person has been pregnant more than 0 times. Okay, we've added find nearest component to a new game object. For every seeker, the model behavior checks the distance for every target, draws a white debug line. To see the white debug lines being drawn in play mode, you must enable gizmos in the scene view or the game view. Okay. Let's try it. Where is enable gizmos? There, visibility of all gizmos. Okay, so if we play, right? Gizmos, there we go. Gizmos on. There's our debug draw lines. Nice. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it? It's slow as hell. Oh god. Oh god, frame rate. Here, if we open the profiler. Is that under animation? Oh no, it's under scripts. Okay, yeah. That's what you expect, right? That this brute force script would be very slow. Very slow. 15 FPS. 15 FPS. Average person more dead than alive. So true. So true. Oh god. OBS 7 years warning people of terrible voice acting in a game. Okay. Actually, I didn't see that one. I didn't see one about voice acting in the hell chats. Interesting. Okay. Where's my thing? Where are we? Okay, back to the tutorial. Typical frame running 1,000 seekers and 1,000 targets. 300 milliseconds. Each seeker takes 0.33 milliseconds to update, adding it to over 340 milliseconds for all seekers in frame. Alright, these aren't great results. They're unsurprising considering this method uses a brute force n-squared solution that runs only on the main thread. Yep. Hello, Joe Von Parkins. Hello. Welcome to the dot stream. The ECS stream. We haven't even gotten to the ECS part. It's been me relearning Unity. How to make a fucking cube in Unity. Question, would satyrs be vegan? Goats are herbivores. Does that apply to hybrids? That's a great question. That would make sense, right? But I imagine... I remember reading somewhere that most animals are more... That, like, being an herbivore or carnivore is more of a spectrum. than like a hard defined thing, and some animals that are like carnivores will sometimes eat plants. They're not really carnivores. So I imagine that the human versatility would be a bit more, would have a bit more influence. That they'd be able to eat more than just herbivores. Herb. Herb. Why would a minotaur use an axe instead of a large club? The axe looks cooler. The axe is more threatening. Right? It's scarier. Like the classic axe murderer trope, right? Right? Guess it could get dull. And then you're just like hitting someone with a giant blunt object. So either way, it's does its job, right? Find each seeker's nearest target with a single threaded job. By putting the hard work into a job, you can move the work from the main thread to a worker thread, and you can burst compile the code. Jobs and burst compiled code cannot access any managed objects, including game objects and game object components. So you must first copy all the data to be processed by the job into unmanaged collections such as native arrays. Strictly speaking, jobs can access managed components, but doing so requires special care and isn't normally a good idea. Besides, we want to burst compile this job to make it much faster, and burst compiled code strictly cannot access managed objects at all. Note, though we could still use vector 3s in mathf. We'll instead use float 3 in the math functions for the mathematics package with special optimization hooks for burst. Okay, so mathematics package, you should be using it so you can get more optimized with your burst compilation. Okay. So as vegetarian, as the author, I make the rules. Understandable. Understandable. Not the asshole. Your house, your rules. Create a new script file. Name it find nearest job. Oh no, finding the nearest job. Alright. Add the following lines of code. Here we go. Let's go here. I guess, yeah, let's make a folder, call it find nearest. Put the scripts in there. Alright. Add a script. Editor being slow. Find nearest job. Alright, chat, we're gonna find the nearest job. Let's go. Finding a job. Let's go. Alright. So, we'll use Unity Mathematics Float 3 instead of Vector 3. We'll use Unity Mathematics Math Distance Squared instead of Vector 3 dot square magnitude. Okay, include burst up compile attribute to burst compile a job. We make a struct find nearest job that inherits iJob. The interface implements this interface, iJob. All the data which job will access should be included in its fields. These ones, native array. Native arrays of float 3s. Okay. Array and collection fields that are only read in the job should be marked with the read only attribute. Although not strictly necessary in this case, marking data as read only may allow the job scheduler to safely run more jobs concurrently with each other. That's this attribute, read only. Cool. So read only attribute on these native arrays because we're only reading from them, and that means it can do some more optimizations. Job scheduler can run more jobs concurrently. Cool. At what point does a mermaid's body go from people meat to fish meat? Am I the only one here who'd eat a fried mermaid? No. Oh no. It's fucked up. It's fucked up eating humanoid. Wait, that was literally like a plot point in Delicious in Dungeon, Dungeon Meshi, right? With Marcial being not wanting to eat the fish people. Anyway. For secret positions of I, we will assign the nearest target position to nearest target positions of I. Execute is the only method. Classic YouTube chat moment. Huh. Us here on the Twitch chat are clearly so much better. Okay. Execute is the only method of the iJob interface. When a worker thread executes the job, it calls this method. Okay. So to make a job, we implement iJob, and to implement this interface, we just need this public void execute. Compute the square distance from each seeker to every target. So again, n squared, but This is a burst compiled job. Do you add burst compiled to the function? Guess we'll find out. Okay. And we're still doing the unsquared check, but this time we're using these native arrays that get passed in and then outputting to this output native array nearest target positions. Which should correspond to, what was it? The seeker at the index corresponds to the nearest target position at that index. Okay. Cool. Explain to me what's wrong with eating a mermaid or a minotaur ass. They're part human. They're part human. That's part cannibalism. In the job's execute method, you're gonna use the same brute force and squared logic as before, but now, because it is running in a burst compiled job, the work should take less CPU time and can run on a worker thread instead of the main thread. To run the job, instantiate and schedule it. 2, replace content of find nearest.cs with the oh, sorry. I wasn't showing this. All right. Yeah. So same n squared check, but in a burst compiled job. You want the job. You want the Josh. I'm getting a little hungry. I might need to end stream early. It's okay. I'll try to power through the rest of these two. We'll see how long these take. All right. Replace content of find nearest.cs. So we need to instantiate and schedule a job. Let's copy this over and we'll try and figure out what this means. All right. So now in find nearest, we're doing this. All right, let's understand. Let us understand. The size of our arrays does not need to vary, so rather than create new arrays every field, we'll create the arrays in awake and store them in these fields, okay? Cannibalism is only wrong if the one being cannibalized and consent to it. Remove the brain here, fine. Oh. Just got him where the curve spot. Oh, okay. Okay, I guess I don't really have a rebuttal to that. As long as you're not, like, killing them for the express purpose of eating them, barring some fucked up survival situation. I guess if they're not fully human, if they're not, like, human. Okay, never mind. We're not. We're gonna move on. We're gonna move on. So spawner, we find object of type, which has been deprecated apparently. Use object find first object by type instead of finding any instance acceptable. Faster find any object by type. Okay. Okay then. We use the persistent allocator because these arrays must exist for the run of the program. So we make a persistent native array. Okay, cool. So that's which allocation type to use for a native array. Okay, so this handles multi-threading for us basically, right? This whole API is like so we can do multi-threading, but easy, but like set up for us, right? I like something a murder cannibalist would say. They're human enough. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, no human murderer in my chat. Please. Please. Oh no. Stop. Stop! Okay. Target positions, we make a new native array of float 3s. Spawner not num targets, that's the int length. Okay, allocator is, yeah, this enum. So it's the allocation type to use for a native array. All right. Okay, so we make this array is the length of the number of targets. This array, seeker positions, is the length of number of seekers, of course. Nearest target positions array has the length of number of seekers because the seekers are mapping to the targets with this positions array. Okay. On destroy, we are responsible for disposing of our allocations when you no longer need them. So we gotta remember to kill this when we're dead. Cool. All right, update. So every frame, copy every target transform to a native array. Okay. So loop over all these. The target position's length equal vector 3 is implicitly converted to float 3. Okay, cool. So we can just equal spawner target transform side. Dot local position is the vector 3. Excuse me. And then we convert implicitly into float 3 to this native array. All right, same thing for secret positions. All right, now we are scheduling the job. To schedule a job, we first need to create an instance and populate its fields. Oh no. I cannot define what a human is. No language known to us is complex or nuanced enough to cover all possible variables in what a human is. Damn. I guess things get more complicated when you have multitudes of semi-human races. Okay. That sounded weird. I should not have worded it that way. Create an instance and populate its fields. Okay, so find nearest job. We make a new find nearest job. We set these fields. When we set the neighbor, I assume those are, yeah, pointing to the same place, right? Okay. Schedule puts the job instance on the job queue. And it gives us job handle. Okay, so we call find job.schedule. So we make a new job. We set its instance fields. We call schedule on the job, which returns a job handle. We got the find handle, okay. The complete method will not return until the job represented by the handle finishes execution. Effectively, the main thread waits here until the job is done. Okay, so then we wait until it's complete. And then draw a debug line from each seeker to its nearest target. All right, float 3 implicitly converted to vector 3 in the debug.drawLine call from the secret position to the nearest target positions. Okay, cool. Cool. Human, mammalian, moderately evolved predatory ape. Taste similar to pork, texture similar to chicken. Okay. Okay. Tag team. Oh no. Oh no. Chat, we're here to learn coding. We're here to learn coding. I can teach you. Okay. When you enter play mode profile, the result typical frame of 1,000 seekers found in targets without birds compilation looks like the profile below. 30 milliseconds. Okay. Let's play and see. See how this goes. Apparently this is gonna run without burst compilation by default, so let's find out. Chat. I'm gonna actually... Oh wow, that's a lot smoother. Okay, profiler. Yeah, we're above 60 FPS. Nice. Yeah, 100 FPS, 200 FPS. Okay. Okay. All right. Getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand. Need to remind you to not get me banned. That is all. All right. We traumatized Neo enough. It's a little traumatizing. All right, 30 milliseconds is definitely better than 340 milliseconds you saw before. Let's enable burst compilation by adding the burst compile attribute on the job struct. Also, make sure burst compilation is enabled in the main menu. So I think that means we already had burst compilation enabled because the attribute was there on the job struct, right? On the struct, public struct, find nearest job by job. Yeah, there we go. I'm gonna take it from a lady. Noted. And by lady, I mean beaver. Huh? Why? Okay. Let's see. Jobs burst enable compilation. Let's see. Jobs burst. Yeah, compilation is enabled. So that was running with burst compilation. Cool. Okay, so yeah, we were like at 100 to 200 FPS, which is nice. Since there's so much headroom now, let's try 10,000 seekers and 10,000 targets. Ah, yeah, let's do it. It's probably gonna run pretty poorly since it's still an n-squared algorithm. Okay. Me trying to be fancy and use words like algorithm. Okay, so 10,000 seekers and 10,000 targets. Let's see how this goes. This is gonna be painful on my computer, won't it? Ouch. We are well below 15 FPS. We're at like, I don't know, 10 FPS, 5 FPS or something. Stop it, stop it. Okay. Alright, let's go back. So, a 10-fold increase in seekers and targets results in a 70-fold increase in runtime, but this is expected given every seeker is still brute force checking its distance to every target. Notice in these profiles the jobs run on the main thread. This can happen when you call complete on a job that hasn't yet been pulled off the job queue because the main thread would otherwise just be sitting idle. While it waits for the job to finish anyway, the main thread itself might run the job. Oh, okay. Also notice that the time to update the seeker and target mono behaviors is itself significant, especially as you increase the number of seekers and targets. This is mostly the overhead of individually updating thousands of mono behaviors. For better results, you could update all of your transforms from one update call. Even better, you could use entities instead of game objects, so that's beyond the scope of this tutorial. I think we were reading something like that from, on a Reddit thread or something, right? To, what was it? Right, like a single managing script that updates all of them at once instead of adding a script to every single instance of the thing and updating each one in its own script, right? If it's going to be much faster to update it from the single script. Okay. Yo, doesn't know the slang word beaver. Oh no. Oh no. Said ouch, like the PC came up and slapped him. Man. Chat, I am gonna have to bonk if you get too horny. Okay. Okay. Literally did that meme where they like your aim is so bad you shoot around the player. Scared, I just hate it. Okay. This evil old man is off to cook feuds. Alright. Have a good dinner. I'm also hungry. I'm gonna have to eat after this. You'll be sent to horny jail in El Salvador. Yeah, you get sent to the horny jail, or you can be with all the other horny people. Oh. Oh. Wait a minute. Okay. Where were we? Find each seeker's nearest target with a parallel job. For a job that processes an array or list, it's often possible to parallelize the work by splitting the indices into subranges. For example, one half of an array could be processed in one thread, while concurrently the other half is processed on another thread. You can conveniently create jobs. Padded? Oh no, Neo was in horny jail for a while. No comment. No comment. I do not comment on that. Period. Anyway, off I go. Alright. Have a good one. It's not a diaper, he's just extra plushy. What are you implying about my physical fitness? Oh no. Okay. I haven't worked out in a while, to be honest. I'm sorry, I need to I need to take care of myself. Okay. Parallelization. Parallelization. I was hoping for the former. No, don't. No, no, it's not ice cream. Unless it is. No, we're not talking about that. Okay. One half an array could be processed in one thread, while concurrently the other half is processed on another thread. You can conveniently create jobs that split their work this way using iJobParallel4, whose schedule method takes 2 in arguments. Index count, the size of the array or list being processed. Batch size, the size of the subranges, the batches. For example, if a job's index count is 100 and its batch size is 40, and then the job is split into 3 batches. The first batch covering indices index is 0 through 39. The second covering index is 40 through 79. And the third covering index is 80 through 99. The worker threads pull these batches off the queue individually, so the batches can be processed concurrently on different threads. To change your find nearest job into an iJob parallel 4, replace the content of a find nearest job.c# with the following code. Okay. Let's go into our find nearest job script. I'm putting this above the browser. Okay. Paste. Okay. Okay, it's shorter because there's less comments. Might be no. No, don't. No, don't. I'm trying to keep myself clean. Okay. I don't want to deal with human waste. Anyway. Find your job. Same native arrays. An iJob parallel 4. We're implementing that interface. Okay. An iJob parallel 4's execute method takes an index parameter and is called once for each index up from 0 up to the index count. Okay, so we have a function. This time we're adding an index in the function arguments. And we're doing it for the single index. We're getting the seeker's position and then looping over the target's positions and then saying the nearest distance. Yep. Map distance squared. Cool. Okay. So the logic remains the same, but now you need to add parameters to the schedule call in find nearest C# to specify the number of execute calls the job will perform and the batch size. Okay, so take this, put it in find nearest. This line is broken because, yeah, now this is an iJob parallel. This job processes every seeker, so the seeker array length is used as the index count. A batch size of 100 is semi-arbitrarily chosen here, simply because it's not too big or not too small. All right, so we call schedule, but this time it takes has two arguments: array length and then inner loop batch count. Cool. And what does that mean? That means the number of execute calls. So we're calling it once for each index in the length, or once for each that up to the length, and then batch size 100. So in batches of 100. Okay, so let's see how this looks with 10,000 seekers and 10,000 targets. It's more than 5 FPS. Notably. It's more than 15 FPS now. Where can we see the threads? Call stacks? No. Clear loop behavior update. Hello, Lockskin. Insert PC on fire gif here. This is all at 15 FPS. You know, n-squared algorithm on 10,000 things. Hello. Welcome. We're Unity Dots tutorial following. We're following the tutorial. We're following the thing. I'm not familiar with Unity's profiler, so I don't actually know where we're supposed to find some of these things. CPU. GPU. Oh, exceeding the target frame time. Oh, okay. Rendering, memory, audio, video, physics, UI, real-time, GI, texturing. Unless they just change the profiler. Access and asset loading. Oh, you click on CPU and then... Okay. And then you have this thing down here. So... Oh. profiler stuff is taking up some time. But somewhere we have the background job. Taking jobs. Vendor thread job. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here's the job. You want the Josh. Alright, so we have all the job workers. 10 of them, apparently. Parse thread data. Oh, wait. That's the profiler? What? Okay. Profiler parse thread data. Wait, so where's the actual job? Scripting threads? No? Background job? No? Because the thing isn't running. Because it's paused. Oh, apparently there's a live display mode as well. Profiler. Okay. Alright. Well. Alright, I haven't found the actual job in the profiler, have I? Oh well. Well, anyway, this is what we're supposed to see, apparently. Find nurse job. Find nurse job. Find nurse job. Yeah, so it should be, yeah, split up between a bunch of threads. Okay, cool. With the work split across 16 cores, it takes 260 milliseconds total CPU time, but less than 17 milliseconds from start to end. Oh, I don't have 16 cores, do I? That must be why. That must be why. What's my processor again? About your PC. Oh, it's only 6 cores. It's a Ryzen 5 5600X. So 6-core processor. So better. Better still. Whether it's better to use more total CPU time in exchange for shorter start to end time is highly contextually dependent. If you need to do other work at the same time, you might be better off restricting a job to run on fewer cores. In this example, we aren't doing any other work, so the shorter start to end time is clearly preferable. Little knob jump. Me with my 9950X, 16 cores, 32 threads. Nice. Yeah, your PC would benefit from this multi-threading parallelization pretty well. Anyway, 7. Find each seeker's nearest target with a parallel job and a smarter algorithm. So far, you've used a crude brute force n-squared algorithm. For much better performance at scale, you should organize the data in some way, such as by sorting the targets into a quad tree or KD tree. To keep things simple, you can sort the targets along a single dimension. Kind of hard to tell a chat not be lewd when their entire personality is being lewd. I want there to be a balance. To be honest, I'd like for there to be a balance. I guess my concern is that it ends up being like really off topic sometimes. That's like my main concern, I guess, and like to the point where it would probably be distracting, off-putting to someone who came here maybe for programming and then we're being fucking lewd and degenerate in chat. And me too, like I have I don't know, there's like a level that I think is fine and acceptable, and then there's like to the point where it's becoming the entire fucking thing of the stream, and it's like maybe not taking into account what I want to do as well. So I don't know. Sorry to have to talk about these sorts of things, but it is kind of important, right? The global chats of some games, so they're in a 1v1 and they went hype hard because of you. Then they proceeded to lose another 1v1. Damn. That's like that's a different kind of losing. That's a different kind of losing. Alright. You can sort the targets along a single dimension. Whether you choose to sort the x coordinates or z coordinates is arbitrary. Let's choose x coordinates. Finding the nearest target to an individual seeker can then be done in these 3 steps. Do a binary search for the target, the x coordinate nearest to the seeker's x coordinate. From the index of that target, search up and down in the array for a target with a shorter two-dimensional distance. As you search up and down through the array, you break from the loop once the x-axis distance exceeds the two-dimensional distance of the current candidate. Okay, that's a simpler algorithm than a quad-tree or KD tree. Cool, yeah, that's cool. That's nice. This mean has to be sorted, right? Yeah, binary search for the one nearest in X, and then, yeah. When here, you don't need to check any target with an x-axis distance greater than two-dimensional distance to the current candidate. Hence, the search no longer requires you to consider every individual target for each seeker. It seems like it would perform pretty decently, right? Imagine. Because it's like you're checking over like a small sliver of the total. Cool, all right. To implement this smarter algorithm, follow these instructions. Yeah. Yeah, we could think about it, but... I think let's, yeah, just copy and paste this. Okay. Alright, let's read this code and try and see if I can explain it. Okay, so we have a find nearest job. Again... implementing iJob parallel 4 and reverse compiling it. Okay. We have the same native arrays, target positions, seeker positions, nearest target positions. We call execute on each index. Okay. So our seeker pos is the seeker positions at our current index. Find the target with the closest X chord. We call target positions binary search, which is, a function that's already on native array. How convenient. Cool, so that's our start index. So we need to pass in this thing, new axis X comparer, which we define down here. Public struct axis X comparer implements iComparer. Okay, so to compare, we implement this interface iComparer for this type, float3, and we return an int a.x compare to b.x. So given a float3, we compare the x values using float.compareTo. And we just return that in our compare function. We pass that in to our binary search so that we are comparing based on that. Oh, so this actually isn't sorted before we call this. So this binary search, I'm not sure if it modifies the array or not. I'd have to look at the documentation, but it seems like we aren't passing it in sorted, but then we're passing in this comparer, unless we do have to sort it. Okay, we do have to sort it, actually. Okay, so seeker pos, target positions has been already sorted when we're calling this. So binary search, this has to be sorted. And then we also give it the comparer because we need to find the thing we're looking for, right? With the binary search. Okay. That's what the comparer is for. Okay. You learn Unity just for fun, or do you have a project in mind to use for later? I'm learning dots specifically for a project I have in mind. And the idea is basically Vampire Survivors but FPS. There's already one game that exists. It's called Vampire Hunters. I am aware of it. I played it a few times. But I have a game idea I want to take in a slightly different direction from that game. And hence, I want to learn how to use a bunch of all this dots ECS stuff to handle a shitload of entities. I want to have a bunch of stuff exploding, a bunch of enemies. I just want a shitload of enemies. I want you to feel like you're facing against a giant army of enemies in the game. So that's my goal there. Why not? Best way to learn is try to copy something you know and then alter it. Yeah. Yeah. And actually, I've had this idea in my mind for like over a year. I tried making it in Godot, actually. In Godot using Bevy ECS. And I was getting really bogged down trying to merge the two, like dealing with the code, combining the two. So I just want to, I guess one of the reasons I want to move to Unity is that I can just Google a problem I have and then find a bunch of other people who've already posted examples of doing that thing. Godot, it seems like if you're doing something kind of esoteric, like combining an ECS into the engine, and you're kind of on your own. Although, I suppose on some level you're kind of on your own for a lot of stuff in game dev anyway, but I guess I just want the ECS to be more integrated with the actual like engine and the tooling. It was fairly new to find many answers to specific things. Yeah, gotta think about the level of like community support around the thing. But yeah, I'm coming off of just having finished a game jam project in Godot in 2D, which got me thinking more about like, okay, so now I have a better idea of how like to finish a game and what like the importance of communicating things to the player in video games, the aesthetics of video games, and it kind of made me want to retry this project in an engine probably more suited for the specific thing I'm trying to do. So yeah, also another thing that I think I mentioned this earlier, or I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but another thing I just recently found was this Latios framework. One of the things I got stuck on last time trying to make this game was animations in ECS. And apparently this framework that someone made, it's free and open source, has a whole animation thing built into it that can give you like bone transforms and stuff. So that's gonna be useful there. I actually got animations working. I just didn't get like tying hitboxes to animations. And this thing specifically lets you do that. So that's why I wanted to go with Unity to like restart the project. Also, the old code base is kind of poorly organized. It was kind of a mess. So more reason. Try to search for game dev to join with some buddies. I work shifts and to find a date. Really easy. Yeah, time. I guess I'm lucky then that I have time to work on this stuff. Think about this stuff. Anyway. So, alright, we went over the comparison. Not entirely, actually. We were going over the code. So yeah, we're looking into this binary search. So this has to be sorted before we call this for it to work. And we also have to pass in the compare so we can do a binary search. And then we get the starting index, because this returns the index, I imagine. Okay. So that should be the target with the closest x coordinate, since these are sorted. When no precise match is found, binary search returns the bitwise negation of the last searched offset. Huh? Be back. Welcome back. Artist Kendrick Lamar used the art of censoring himself. Not snitching makes him uninteresting when it comes on. He never says he's talking about Diddy, but we all know he's talking about Diddy. The art of subtlety. Or something. Alright. When no precise match is found, binary search returns the bitwise negation of the last search offset. So when start index is negative, we flip the bits again, but then we must ensure the index is within bounds. Interesting. No precise match. Bitwise negation of the last search offset. Huh. Right, because we aren't actually... Wait. We're finding the target with the closest x coordinate. So there won't be the actual value in there. So what this returns is the bitwise negation of the last searched offset. So we do the bitwise negation here. So in the very unlikely case that there is a perfect match, that our secret position perfectly matches the target position, then it would then that's what this if check would be checking for. But almost always it would be not a perfect match. So it would return the bitwise negation. We bitwise negate it again to get the last searched offset. And then we also check that the index is within bounds because it could have ended on an index out of bounds. Set it to the length -1, the last one in the array. Okay, cool. Elk is grilling now. Broccoli, carrots, and cauliflower boiling. Slice of butter. Bread plate is baking, even put some shredded cheese on it. Dude's trying to get me hungry enough to end stream. Which we might, because I haven't eaten dinner yet, and it's getting to that time. At least after we finish this. Generally concerned, the global trend in this game is all bots. Okay. Interesting. Game chats can get a little wild sometimes. I haven't played many multiplayer games recently, though. Back, got groceries. Oh my god, everyone's getting food. I'm so hungry. I should have eaten. Oh well. All right. The position of the target with the closest X chord. Flow through nearest target pause. Target position at start index. Nearest distance squared. Call math.distance square on seeker pause to the nearest target pause. Okay, so that's our starting index. And we find the nearest distance. Okay, and that's our starting values for the search. And nearest distance, nearest target pause and nearest distance squared are refs, so they can get modified when we call search. Searching upwards through the array for a closer target, so we search upwards from the start index up to the length as we're searching for each of these indices. Live off yap. Drink's gonna be some grape juice, a single drinking horn of gooseberry wine, and water. God respect the water. I have a lemongrass tea here, actually. Went and made my ass a drinking horn. Okay, that's pretty cool. Had enough horn lying around. DIY. Make your own drinking horn. Step 1, get horn. Okay. From the start index to the end index, upwards. Target pause is that. Next if. Okay, if the square of the x distance is greater than the current nearest. Oh, wait. Oh, plus equals step. Okay, so yeah, we can go forwards or we can go backwards. We go backwards here. We go forwards here. If the square of the x distance is greater than the current nearest, we can stop searching. Okay. So we get the distance squared in xy. We set the nearest distance squared, and then we set the nearest target pause. Okay. So if the distance in just the x, distance squared, x diff times x diff, is greater than our nearest distance squared, our xy distance, then we end this loop. So we just end the search. Okay, so we call search going upwards from start index +1 up to the length of the array, going upwards, passing in the nearest target pause, passing in the nearest distance squared, so those get updated, and then we search downwards, starting from seeker pause to starting from start index -1, ending at -1 exclusive, so at 0. Step -1, so we're going down, negative, and then passing in the nearest target pause and nearest distance squared again. And then we finally, we've set the things, so surely this is the nearest one. We set the array value. Okay, cool. So that's what it does. Fresh mozzarella slices, cherry tomatoes, balsamic glaze. That sounds so good. That sounds so good. You're making me so hungry. After I have the corn, you core it out. Unique stink. Move it down both inside and outside. Cut the inside of something to fill its pores. I use beeswax. Let that dry. Once that's done, I put a rawhide strap. Put some stylized bronze around the tip and opening. Made a leather cork for it. Neat. That's cool. You should talk about that more in chat and less about sus things. All right. Before the find nearest job executes, you must make sure the secrets transforms are sorted by the X coordinates. You can write your own job to do the sorting, but instead let's call the native array extension method sort job, which returns a sort job struct. The schedule method of sort job schedules two jobs: segment sort, which sorts separate segments of the array in parallel, and segment sort merge, which merges the sorted segments. Merging must be done in a separate single-threaded job because the merging algorithm can't be parallelized. I remember hearing I've had that somewhere about array sorting, array merging. Lol. Make sure you add some of that. Wow. Learn how to do that on YouTube. Proving what I've said for years, YouTube is only as dummies make it for you. That is true, yeah. Yeah, the algorithm does respond to what you click on. It's just too easy to click on dumb shit. I watch so many food shorts, man. Especially when I'm hungry. Like, if I wasn't streaming right now, I'd probably be looking at food shorts. Or, you know, actually eating. Alright. So, sort, the schedule method. Alright, segment sort and merge job should not begin execution until the segment sort job has finished execution. So, the segment sort job is made of a dependency of the segment sort merge job. As a rule, the worker threads will not execute a job until all of its dependencies have finished execution. Job dependencies effectively allow you to specify a sequential execution order amongst scheduled jobs. Cool. Alright. In find nearest, replace job scheduling code with the following. Alright, so there's like one line where we're scheduling it here, right? So we replace it with this. And the find job, right? Get rid of that, because now we're doing it here. And then find handle complete. Okay. So, first we make the sort job. Target positions. Dot sort job. You pass in a new axis X comparator. So we're starting with XX, the X value of the transforms, okay. Of these float threes. Can learn old forgotten skills or how to make cool things, or you can watch a femboy dog pretending he knows how to code. Yeah, I'm learning. About Unity dots. This is mostly about learning the API, because I hear it's been changing a lot, and that the 1.0 release was actually pretty good. But it's also like hard to find documentation on this stuff as opposed to like traditional game object stuff. That's the one thing I really liked about Godot, was the small tight API with actually good documentation. mostly good documentation. Anyway, so we schedule the sort job, we get the sort handle. Okay, and then we make the find nearest job. By passing the sort job handle to schedule, the find job will depend upon the sort job, meaning the find job will not start executing until after the sort job is finished. The find nearest job needs to wait for the sorting, so it must depend on the sorting jobs. Okay, so this segment sort merge job schedules two jobs. Okay, so that means that, what is it? Here, this sort job. Sort job, sort job. Sort job, sort job. Right, that's actually two jobs then, right? So we schedule it. And then we schedule the find job. And we make it depend on the sort handle of the sort job. So by passing the sort job and handle the schedule, find job will depend upon the sort job, meaning the find job will not start executing until after the sort job is finished. The find nearest job needs to wait for the sorting, so it must depend upon the sorting jobs. Yes, okay, that makes sense, right? Because we're doing the binary search, we need to make sure it's sorted, so we sort using a sort job, we schedule it, we pass it the handle as the dependency for find job. So when you call find handle complete, then the sort job should have finished, and then the find job finishes after. Cool. Okay. I think it's so too easy to get lost in the sauce of large APIs, especially if there isn't too much in the way of guides or examples. I know, right? I know, right? Man. Especially because I remember I was looking at the Unity entities. I was searching for like the Unity entities docs. I can search for it right now. And I don't think it has a full like API documentation of like every single function listed. Like I couldn't find the actual like API documentation unless it's, oh no, it's in scripting API. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe I was just looking for this and I couldn't find it. Okay. Well, that makes sense. And then the manual's there too. Okay, cool. All right. Well, never mind. I just couldn't find the documentation there. All right then. So anyway, we do the scheduling and let's see the profiling. See how well this runs. All right. Compiling. Neo getting covered in the sauce. I'm lost. I'm lost. Help me find it. Help me find them. Something nice about C++ in the absence of documentation, at least there's header files. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose you could just look at, just assume things based on the function names. They're not, I mean, hopefully they're documented. Anyway, we're hitting 30 FPS. Neat. Cool. Yeah, that definitely helps the what was it? The not brute force algorithm. I guess this is like worst case n squared, right? If they're all within the same x distance corridor, right? Then you'll be doing a lot of comparison. But generally that should perform a lot better. Okay. Find nearest job. If you zoom in the profile, you can see the sort jobs. Yay, segment sort takes under 0.1 milliseconds start to end. The single-threaded segment sort merge takes 0.5 milliseconds. So despite now doing extra work to sort the target positions, the overall workload has radically decreased. Oh, wow. Yeah, sorting, what, 10,000 values? It's pretty good, right? That's pretty good. Enough of reading this, I'm out. All right. When the docs fail, fall back on the source. Too bad this is closed source unless you're Unity Enterprise, then you get source code access, I think. All right. Something I developed a liking for, hot milk with honey. Quite filling, nice treat before brushing the teeth, going to bed. I've had that before. Yeah, I've made it. It's pretty nice. Just put some mug of milk in the microwave and then a bit of honey in there. Actually, even just hot milk, I think is really nice. Been having it a bit, even though I am like a little bit lactose intolerant. Really? No way? Oh wait, are we talking about what, Unity? Unity being closed source or what? Unity's very tight ass with code access. Yeah. Oh yeah, even Unreal's you get access to the source when you sign up to it, right? Yeah. Damn. Damn. Did you try chocolate milk with whiskey? I tried that. I don't drink much, but that sounds like it would be Like eggnog's already like a alcoholic dairy drink, so you know, what's milk? Whiskey. Was milk? It's messed up? I know, yeah. Yeah, that's messed up. Oh well. As noted above, a lot of frame time is used up by the inefficiency of the many target and secure mono behavior updates. To address this overhead, you might try replacing the game objects with entities. Okay, I'm probably... we'll do that later. Okay, in the next tutorial, you'll access and modify entities in jobs. Alright. Here we go. Learn entities with Hello Cube. Hello. Alright. This tutorial introduces the basics of using the entities package, covers how to create entities and manipulate them in systems. In this tutorial, you'll spawn some cube entities and then you'll rotate them with system code. This tutorial is a simplified version of the Hello Cube samples from the entity samples repository. Cool. Okay. You should already be comfortable with C# and Unity game objects. Hopefully we are. Create a new Unity project using the 3D URP template. Install the entities graphics package via the package manager. Okay, alright. We're making a new project. Alright, say goodbye to Dots Jobs, this one. Save. Open up my Unity thing. Make a new project. Universal 3D. Here, open the browser. Alright, make a new project, Hello Cube. Alright. We're opening it. We're opening it. In Valhalla, there's a drink called the Sunshine Cloud. I think whiskey, specifically bourbon with chocolate milk, would nail the taste. Okay. One drink not enough people have tried. It's Kumis. It's literally fermented milk, sometimes sweetened with berries. It's actually quite good. Oh, okay. Okay. Fermented milk. Not cheese. Not yogurt. But a different kind? Alright. I'd try it. Curious. Maybe I can Google it. Kumis. Dairy product similar to kefir. Kumis. Kumis. Mare milk. Made from mare milk. Oh. Horse. Horse milk. Contains more sugars than cow's or goat's milk. When fermented, kumis has a higher, though still mild, alcohol content compared to kefir. Okay. Cool. Alright, anyway. Unity editor is still loading. Man. Mongolian? Yes? Okay. It's interesting. I'll try it. Okay, we'll see how long this takes, and hopefully we can get through this whole thing. We'll see. Milkahol. Yep, Milkahol. Okay, editor's finally loaded. Okay. Install the entities graphics package using the package manager. Alright, window, package manager. Is it the registry? Entities graphics. I assume we need entities as well. Okay, we're installing it. Oh, right. In the last one, it was already installed because I think I did that before stream. Okay, we're installing entities graphics. Cubist for Felix's Sunshine Cloud. The idea more tolerable. Alright, we're compiling scripts. Running backend, reloading domain, reticulating splines. Running backend again. Didn't you also add the entities package separately? Oh, right, it was added as dependency. Okay, good. Cool. So there's our entities graphics package. Okay. All right. Cool. Install the entities package as a dependency. Done. All right, cool. I don't drink alcohol. I don't drink much either. I drink socially sometimes. If I ever go out, mostly with friends. Create a subscene for baking. Entities can be created in code or loaded from scenes. In the first step, you'll load entities from a scene. Entities can't be added directly to a Unity scene, but if a Unity scene is nested as a subscene within another, a process called baking will create an entity equivalent of each game object in the subscene. When the subscene is loaded at runtime, only the baked entities will be loaded, not the game objects. Okay, so this is our weird hybrid way of like having a game object that you can interact with in an editor and in scenes, but they're actually entities at runtime. They become entities at runtime. Okay. All right. So to create a subscene, follow these instructions. Right-click hierarchy, select new subscene NP scene, accept default name new subscene. A new subscene game object will appear in the hierarchy window that has a subscene component. This subscene component references a new subscene scene asset. In the hierarchy window, click the checkbox on the new subscene game object to open a new subscene for editing. Okay. Go here. New subscene, empty scene. Cool. Okay, so here's our new subscene. And the checkbox means we can add stuff to it. Okay, for editing. Cool. Completed. Game says it's supposed to taste like old chocolate milk and caramel. You see the caramel cumin sweet aftertaste? The burn of whiskey, then the chocolate mixed in. I'm curious. Yeah, caramel, chocolate caramel, chocolate caramel, milk, alcohol. Sounds interesting. Add a cube to the subscene. In the hierarchy window, the new subscene game object has a checkbox. When the checkbox is enabled, the subscene is open for editing, and the content of the subscene will appear under the new subscene game object. When the checkbox is disabled, the subscene is closed, and the content of the subscene won't appear in the hierarchy window. The subscene starts out empty. Let's add a cube by right-clicking the new subscene game object, then selecting 3D object cube. This adds a cube game object with transform, mesh filter, mesh render, and box collider components. Yeah. Okay, right-click on the new subscene game object, 3D object cube. Cool. Use our cube. Nice. Okay, and we see this entity thing here. So a bunch of rendering stuff. Editor, rendering, transforms, graphics. Cool. All right, so we make our cube again, a mesh filter, a mesh renderer, a box collider as well. All right. The new cube is actually a member of the subscene rather than a child of the new subscene game object. Okay, so in the editor it shows up as a child of the new subscene, but it's actually a member of the subscene. Okay, cool. Chocolate bar of caramel in it. Root beer and lemonade would be interesting. Root beer and lemonade. New drink I would recommend when you're drinking fountain. Add a drinking fountain mixing drinks that wouldn't seem like they would work together. Mountain Dew and Dr. Pepper, or root beer and lemonade. That's the probably the wildest thing I've had. Well, maybe not the wildest. I've had what was it? Oh wait, no, it's the anime Hanasaku Iroha. In Hanasaku Iroha, one of the characters drinks like half cola, half iced tea, and I remember trying that a few times. It's actually pretty good. Pretty solid. Pretty solid drink. Fun fact for everyone, if root beer is caffeine free, it's not legally root beer. Really? But I like caffeine free. Caffeine messes with my sleep schedule. Or really, it makes me feel tired when the caffeine runs off. That's like the main thing that I don't like about that. Sounds nice. It is, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good. I've done like cola and lemonade. A little bit just to try. It wasn't great. And then I see those videos where like mixing every single drink from the drinking fountain. Every single drink from the fountain together and making a freaking slurry or something. I made myself a Cuba Libre once. Decides the best cocktail I've ever tasted yet. He has no sleep schedule. Dog just chases his tail till he wants a nap. Today's one is a little bit. No, I woke up at a reasonable time. No, my sleep schedule's totally fine. Trust me, bro. Just trust me, bro. Alright. So make the new cube. Every time you edit the content of a subscene by adding or removing game objects or modifying their components, you trigger a rebake. Baking does the following things in this order. For each game object in the subscene, baking creates an entity. For each game object component that has an associated baker class, the baker's bake method is called. These bake methods are able to add and set components on the entities. The entities are baked into a file. It is these serialized entities that get loaded when a subscene is loaded at runtime. Okay, select the cube game object in the subscene. At the bottom of the inspector window, there's an entity baking preview section, which lists all the entity components that baking has added to the entity created from this game object. So it's down here, right? Entity baking preview. Yeah, all these rendering stuff, transforms, entity stuff. You go to Panera, mix the caffeine-free lemonade with the nut Sprite for carbonation. Carbonated lemonade. That sounds good. Honey-based or maple syrup-based barbecue sauce? If I had maple syrup. Here at least, I imagine the maple syrup's more expensive. But I do like the flavor of maple syrup. I like honey mustard. Honey mustard's good. Not the lemonade that kills you, trademarked. Yeah. I wonder how much that like boosted their sales. Panera charged lemonade literally fucking kills you. Because it's so caffeinated. I wonder how many people like deliberately went to try it as a result of that. Maple syrup it is then. Yeah, I just haven't had maple syrup in a while, so. Mustard and mayo are like the two commercial condiments are like, they're pretty standard. they're good. Yeah. Mustard mayo sandwich seems pretty, it's like the vanilla. Mayo is the vanilla of sandwich condiments. That's what I feel like it is. It's very versatile though. It's maple soda thing? That sounds, I'm curious. I want to try that. Even though I try to avoid sugar, I only usually drink diet sodas. Okay. Because the entity's graphics packages provide baker classes for the standard rendering components, you can see that cube entities given various entity rendering components, such as Unity rendering render mesh array and Unity rendering world render bounds, among others. Always learning. Hello, Amanda Splats. Yeah, I have a project in mind for learning Unity dots, so that's the plan. Maple soda, maple wine, maple vinegar. Really nice pink-looking aioli on Cuban sandwiches. I remember my first time having garlic aioli on like French fries. It was magical. Even though it's just like X plus mayo. Chipotle aioli. Something aioli. Man, I should try making what was it? Like fresh mayo one time. I've never done that before. And I think my immune system could handle it. Our American eggs. Hopefully. Anyway. You get the right brand though. If garlic aioli is too strong, it'll kick you right in the teeth. I had like a garlic ramen this one time. It was like so garlicky. It was like my tongue was getting fucked by garlic. I like specifically had that thought in my head as I was eating. Oh, it was so good. Okay. Box glider component is effectively, we haven't included the Unity physics package, so the box glider component is effectively ignored by baking here, and we can safely remove it. Okay. Cool. You now have a single cube entity that will be loaded from the subscene when you enter play mode. Duplicate the cube a few times, reposition the cubes so they don't all overlap, and reposition the camera so all the cubes are clearly in view. Alright. Alright, so we have cube. We can remove the box collider, so let's do that. So purely visual cube and nothing else. Where's the camera? Yeah, it's looking at the cube. All right, is Control D duplicate? Yeah. All right, cool. All right. Let's just put them at 3 and -3. All right, so if we play, then we should see 3 freaking cubes doing nothing. Amazing. Left you a link to the maple soda. Okay, I'll check that out. Got the Scamazon. All right, we have in fact added 3 cubes. 3 whole cubes that do nothing. Nice. Okay, add components to the cube entity. To specify that cube should rotate at a certain rate, define a new component to add to the cubes. First, create a new file called rotation speed authoring.c#. Add the following lines of code. Okay. Cool. So maybe in this sample scene, we put a new folder cube. All right. Create a script cube authoring. Sorry, rotation speed authoring. Compiling. Compiling. All right. All right, the script is called rotation speed authoring. I've renamed it. I've renamed it. God, we're importing again. Okay, open my freaking VS Code. Yes, I trust. All right, zoom in a bit. Resize this window a bit. All right. Set our VS Code window. Okay, cool. So rotation speed authoring is the name of this class. All right, recompile again. Yay. Okay. To add this component to an entity in baking, you'll define a new authoring mono behavior and a baker class. In the same file, you add the following classes. Okay. All right. Place the code here. So we have a float radians per second. That's it. And we're implementing iComponent data. That's our interface. In the same file, we're gonna add these to the thing. Gonna have a namespace. Whatever. All right. So you have our struct rotation speed. We have our class rotation speed authoring, which is a mono behavior. We have our rotation speed baker. This is a baker template type rotation speed authoring. This thing. So it's a baker of this thing, this mono behavior. So in the bake function, we take in a rotation speed authoring. So we get our entity. We call get entity. That's from iBaker. Yeah. Authoring and then transform usage flags dynamic. This thing I'm still a little unsure about, but it seems like you have to specify a setting for the transform usage. So how you're going to use the transform, specifically the transform. Okay, and like whether or not it can, what's the word? Know whether or not you're going to modify it or something. Okay. Get a variable. This is a struct rotation speed. So struct unity entities entity. All right. Rotation speed is a new rotation speed. We set our rotation radians per second from the authoring degrees per second. Cool. So in the editor, we're giving it degrees, and then we translate it when baking to radians. Cool. And then we call add component again from baker. Pass in the entity, and then this a component. This is something that is a struct implementing iComponent data. Cool. All right, so that's how we bake. Bake. This part is still like a little conceptually confusing to me. Thank you for following. I haven't been caught up on that, but thank you, thank you. Where were we? Where were we? Okay. I think I'm still a little confused conceptually about baking. Is that true? I understand that, like, so you take it from a game object representation and you're putting it into ECS, right? Unity is like taking game object, right? Because you need game object to be able to like mess around with it in the editor. And then you have to add a script that like specifically changes your game object thing into an entity. And then like at runtime, the thing that exists is actually this entity instead of the game object. So it's a little roundabout, but I guess necessary to combine these two things together in such a way. Okay. What do you name your Baker class is not really important. The important part is you have a class that extends Baker rotation speed authoring. Okay. In the Baker's bake method, you first call getEntity to retrieve the entity being baked and pass the enum value transform usage flags dynamic to specify that the entity needs the standard transform components, including local transform. Oh, so you can make an entity that doesn't have a transform at all based on those usage flags. Okay, interesting. You then create a rotation speed value and add it as a new component to the entity. Okay. The rotation speed authoring mono behavior specifies rotation speed in degrees per second, but the rotation speed iComponent data specifies rotation speed in radians per second, so the bake method converts degrees to radians. This demonstrates a very simple case in which the authoring data, what we specify in the subscene, and the runtime data, the baked entities that will be loaded at runtime, don't need to correspond exactly one-to-one. Cool. Thanks for showing us that, Unity. Now that you've defined rotation speed authoring, add it to some but not all of the cube game objects in the subscene and set each cube's degrees per second to a value between 180 and 360. Cool. So let's say we want to add it to 2 of these cubes. Compiling scripts. This engine is slow. Slow. In the editor. Okay, so let's set it to these 2 cubes. Rotation speed authoring. And degrees per second between 180 and 360. All right, we'll make that 360 because that's default. And we'll make this 180. So it's half that speed. Okay. Oh, I guess you didn't see that. Okay, all right. In the next step, you'll write the code to actually spin the cubes. Yay! Yippee! Actually doing stuff. Bringing foods for devouring. Don't worry, we'll leave enough room for you later. Thanks. Thanks. Okay. To make our cube spin. Yippee! Yippee! Create a new script file called cubeRotationSystem.cs. Add the following lines of code to do. Okay. So, make a script. I hear a dog barking. Bork, bork. Okay. Okay. Make a script. Call it cube rotation system. I accidentally just named it cube rotation. It's just naming. It's just naming. Okay, whatever. Okay. So, cube rotation system implements iSystem. Okay, and then we're using Unity entities, transforms, and burst. And then we get rid of these. And we have to implement a function on update. This thing. And this is not a class, it's a partial struct. Whatever that means. C#, you're so wacky. Okay. It's a little quirky. Okay. So, unlike a mono behavior, a system is not explicitly added into a scene. Instead, by default, each system is automatically instantiated when you enter play mode. And so, the on-update of the cube rotation system will be invoked once every frame. The burst compile attribute marks the on-update to be burst compiled, which is valid as long as the on-update does not access any managed objects, which will be the case in this example. Note it's possible to read and write entities from mono behaviors or other code outside of systems, but doing so is generally not recommended because only systems are aware of the job safety checks. Okay. So, probably don't mess with the entities outside of these systems. Okay. To rotate the cubes, you need to do the following 3 things in the onUpdate in the following order. 1. Query for all entities that have a local transform and rotation speed component. 2. Loop through all entities matching the query. 3. Modify the local transform component of each of the entities to rotate them at a constant rate around the y-axis. Okay. There are a few ways in the API to express this, but let's use the most compact and convenient option. Add the following lines of code inside the system's onUpdate. Okay. So get our delta time at our for each loop, which this for each loop loops for all entities that have local transform and rotation speed components. You need to modify the local transform so it's wrapped in refRW, read write. You need to only read the rotation speed, so it is wrapped in refRO, read only. So you have a for each loop. Nice. For each var, the query returns a tuple, and then in the tuple we have transform and the rotation speed. These are of these types. We call system API query. So this will loop over every entity that has both of these components and give us these components. So a refRW to local transform and refRO to rotation speed. Rotate the transform around the y-axis, so we var radians equals rotation speed dot value RO. We access this property to actually get the value. And so this value is a read only rotation speed. This is where we actually get our rotation speed. This struct. We can access the radians per second on that. Through that refRO. The read only thing. Okay. Multiplied by delta time. So that's our radians value. It should be a float. Yep. And then we're modifying transform.value RW. So that's our local transform. This is from unity.transforms.local transform. So the local transform component on the entity. Set that equal to transform.value RW.rotate y of radians. So access the transform again. Call rotate y. Apparently that returns a new one instead of modifying. And set that equal to the current transform. Okay. Cool. Nice. Note: the system API.query is a special method processed by source generation and which can only be called in the in clause of a for each loop. In the generated code, a query is created and executed. When a system API.query call includes more than one component type, it returns a tuple. So you wrap the transform and speed variables in parentheses to deconstruct the tuple, a standard C# feature. Very convenient. All right. The system API.query call performs a query for all entities that have both the local transform and rotation speed components. The for each loops over each entity matching the query, assigning a read-write reference to the transform variable and a read-only reference to the rotation speed variables. In the body of the loop, you can read and write the local transform via the value RW, read-write property. You can read rotation speed via value RO, read-only property. The local transform method, rotate y, takes a radian value and returns a new rotated transform, which you assign back to the component. Now, when you enter play mode, you'll see the cubes with a rotation speed component rotating at the rate set by rotation speed authoring. Cool. Spawning entities from a prefab. To spawn cubes at runtime in a system, you need to bake the cube as a prefab. To do this, follow these instructions. 1. Drag one of the rotating cube game objects from the subscene into the project window to create a prefab asset, then delete the cubes from the subscene. Okay. So, to start, let's just see if these rotate. So we add the system now, which we didn't even add to the scene at all. It's a system, so it automatically gets loaded. All right, and if we run it, we should see these spinning. Rotating cube. We did it, chat, we did it. Oh my god, cube that rotates. It's insane. Look at that cube. Look at the rotating cubes. The rotating cube situation is crazy. Okay. Neil named the cubes as owls so we can scream rotate your owl. Okay. We should have made these apples. So it'd be like the rotate an apple in your head thing. Rotate an apple in your head. I remember seeing the clips. Fiffa was talking about how she doesn't have like an inner monologue. I still wonder about that. Like, you can imagine a voice in your head, right? You can imagine hearing sounds. So you can imagine hearing voices, but like, do people not do that by default? Is that like, is it like learned that we have a voice in our head, or is it learned that we don't have a voice in our head? Is it just something that naturally happens or doesn't happen? It's so weird to think about. I understand the like concept of thinking in thoughts, right? That you can think in a quote-unquote language that's like not a spoken written language, right? And generally when you're thinking about things, you only have one voice in your head. All of them, all the voices. You'll think about the void inside Pippa's head. No, what I'm saying is it's not empty, right? If you don't have the internal monologue, you can still think in thoughts. And like, I can think in either words or in just thoughts, right? So it's probably not that much of a limitation to like not think in terms of spoken words, right? And then if you're like trying to write something, then it just comes out, and or speak and just comes out, right? Like, I can think of what I want to say in advance if I want to, but I don't have to. I have the kind of internal voice I won't shut up and need Pippa to drown them out for me. Yeah. I haven't even gotten into talking about tulpas, have I? Oh man, okay. Alright. Find a new authoring component, spawn authoring.c#, add the following code. Okay, first make a prefab. Let's do the 180 degree rotating one. Alright, so drag this into project window, it becomes a prefab, okay. Here's our prefab. Delete the cubes from the subscene. Alright, let's kill them. Kill these guys. Okay, subscene's empty now. Alright. Define a new authoring component, spawner authoring C#. Add the following code. So, create a script. Spawner. Whoops. Create script. Spawner. Authoring. 4 out of 5 voices in Yo said say he's a good boy. He bit the fifth. I plead the fifth. You can't know about the voices in my head. You don't know. Unless... Oh, Sammy's 82. I never thought about creating inner monologues, so I guess it happens to everyone naturally. I've learned that I'm painfully average long ago. Huh. As in, you never thought about it... Wait. As in, it came naturally to you, or like that you just didn't develop an inner monologue? Man. Thinking deprecated extensions detected. Okay. Okay. Whoops. Okay, we copied over this code from the thing. Cool. So that's our spawner authoring. Okay. I should probably keep these windows open and then just minimize them to hide them on OBS. Okay. Notice that the Baker class is nested inside the authoring mono behavior. This isn't required, but is arguably the cleanest organizational style. Okay, cool. Create a new game object in the subscene. Add the spawner authoring component to it. Set its cube prefab field to reference the cube prefab. Okay. It's natural for me. Yeah, it came naturally to me, I guess. Like, I remember reading, like, Captain Underpants back in, like, elementary school. And that's probably, like, the first chapter book I read, and I was like, oh my god, I can read books with chapters. Oh my god, I'm so... so reading-filled. I was so reading-filled as a child because they had, like, the program to make you read, the accelerated reader program. You get the freaking Pizza Hut pan pizzas and stuff. The personal pan pizza. Man, and now we're all fucking Zoomer brain attention span. Borked. What happened to society? No more personal pan pizzas for reading books. Okay, add the spawning authoring component to it. Set its cube prefab field to reference the cube prefab. Okay, so go into the spawner, add a component, spawner authoring, cube prefab, set this to assets, cube. Cool. I need to read more. It used to be the reader. Cool. That means we could read data-oriented design together. As suggested earlier in the stream. I do actually kind of want to read this, because I'm curious about it. But I think what I need to know more is just how to structure a Unity game dev project. A game project in general. Right? So I have a organized code that doesn't make me want to frickin' die. Doesn't make me want to kilometers per second. Okay. Doesn't make me want a Kuro management simulator. Ugh. Okay, notice the Baker class nested. Alright, cool. Creating a game object. Add spawnering authoring. Says cube prefab field done. Add the following lines of code to the spawner authoring bake method. Okay. Copy. Copy. I'm trying to understand the code, okay? Okay, alright. So. Spawner? Spawner. Do we not make a prefab? Oh, this thing. Wait. Spawner authoring. Okay, I think this is meant to be prefab, actually. Cool. So make a new spawner. This is struct I component data. Struct and linking I component data, so this is a component. And it has a reference to an entity prefab called getEntity on authoring.cube prefab. It's a game object. Okay. Interesting. I'm a little confused. Let's see if we can read the thing and it explains. So, because the spawner entity won't be visible, it doesn't need any transform components, so transform usage flags none is specified in the first getEntity call. The second getEntity call returns the baked entity equivalent of the prefab. Because the prefab represents the rendered cubes, it needs standard transform components, so transform usage flags dynamic is specified in the call. For fun, even? For fun? Fun? People do things for fun? Could you imagine? Alright. Now, in the baked subscene, you have an entity with a spawn component that references the baked entity form of the cube prefab. Standard transfer component, so transfer user flags dynamic. Okay. Cool. Cool. Sensor rendered. Okay, cool. Create a new file, name it spawn system. Add the following lines of code. Alright. I guess we'll just do that in VS Code. Sample scene, this thing. New file. Spawn. Spawn system. Okay. Move. Alright, cool. Shut up, Copilot. Hide. Okay. So we got spawn system. We have a burst compiled on create. We have a burst compiled on update. This is the system. It takes in the system state. A ref to it. Okay. So, the spawn system is a system that you only want to update once, so in the on update, the enabled property of the system state is set to false, which prevents subsequent updates of the system. Systems are usually instantiated. Oh. State enabled false. So this system never runs after the first time. Okay, interesting. So it runs exactly once. But it runs exactly once in on update. But we set the enable to false, so that it doesn't run after that. Okay. So, systems usually instantiated start updating even before the initial scene is loaded, yet here you don't want the system to update until the entity with the spawner component has been loaded from the subscene. By calling the system state method require for update spawner in on create, the system won't update in a frame unless at least one entity with the spawner component currently exists. Okay, so this system runs exactly once, and it only runs once after there is a spawner component. There's one entity, at least one entity, with the spawner component that exists in the world. Okay, cool. To spawn instances of your cube prefab, add the following lines of code to on update. All right, let's add the following lines of code. All right, in on update. Var prefab equals system API get singleton spawner cube prefab. Instances equals state entity manager instantiate prefab 10 allocator dot temp measure. Okay. Because you can be sure that only one entity will have the spawner component, you can access the component conveniently by calling a system API get singleton spawner. Get singleton T will throw an exception if no entity has the component type, or if more than one entity has the component type. It's basically guaranteeing that you have exactly one in the scene. I can see my boiled veggies of carrot, broccoli, and beans. My elk ribs of maple barbecue sauce on a bread plate covered in melted cheese. What does he have to show for it an empty, grumbling belly? I am gonna have to eat soon-ish. I'm debating on whether or not to bathroom break or just to end stream, to be honest. But yeah, we're halfway through this Hello Cube example. Okay. To make sure the new cube's instances aren't all drawn on top of each other, add the following lines of code to on update. Randomly set the positions of the new cubes. Okay. Cool. So in on update, here, randomly set positions of the new cubes. Okay. Go get a snack. I guess I could get a snack. Okay, tell you what, when I go to the bathroom, I'll get a snack and then come back. Okay. Randomly set the position of the cubes. All right, for each entity and instances. So we instantiate... Does this instantiate multiple? Why is my... Oh, is this not part of the... Oh, because Unity has to account for this. Okay. Now we get the thing. Also, we renamed this to Cube Prefab. Here. Cube Prefab. And then this also needs to be Cube Prefab. Okay. So, we got our Cube Prefab. Call instantiate, entity source entity, int instance count, allocator manager, dot allocator handle. Is allocator temporary allocation? Okay. For a native array. What's this variable? It's a native array. Okay, so this native array is temporarily allocated. So we're not going to deal with it after this, right? After this gets done once. I'd snack on dog. It's so amazing from not eating. It would be much more than chewing bone. I eat. Just, I didn't eat much today. Okay. Alright, we get component rewrite, local transform entity, transfer value, rewrite position, random next float 3, max of 10 to 10. Okay. So we just set its position to a random float 3. From, I assume that's like 0, 0, 0 to 10, 10, 10. So we actually for each over this native array of entities rather than doing a query. And then we call get component read write when we have the entity here. Okay. All right, let's read. Here, a random number generator from the Unity mathematics package is used with a fixed arbitrary chosen seed of 1, 2, 3. In the loop, system API get component read write returns a read write reference to each entity's local transform component. Via this reference, the transform of each of the entity is set to a random position in range from 0 to 10. Hey, it was 0 to 10 along each axis. 8, remove the cubes that were added to the scene in prior steps. Now in interplay mode, you'll see 10 cubes spawn clustered near the origin. Alright, let's open this in play mode and see if we do in fact get 10 cubes spawned. Yay! It's from 0 to 10. Okay, so maybe move the camera. At what, 5.5 would center it? Alright. Yeah, there we go. Yippee! My dessert, annihilating one of the maple honey cinnamon rolls I baked. That sounds good. I haven't had a cinnamon roll in so long. Ugh, I'm hungry. Okay. Alright. That's completed. Yippee, 10 cubes spawned. More things to try. Following several steps of the HelloCube samples, you've created entities from code and through baking, and you've started using the basic API for accessing and manipulating entities in systems. Next, you can review additional HelloCube samples, which cover the following topics: accessing entities and jobs, accessing game objects from systems and seeing their state with entities, parenting entities, enableable components. All right, and then check in the repo for more examples. Oh wait, this link is broken. It's in, or is it entity samples? I think it's like, yeah, HelloCube is somewhere in here. Where's the frickin'? This music is getting a little hypnotic. Get rotated. Lamau. Where the heck were we? It's a Google Doc. Oh my god. We're canceling Unity entities. Here's the HelloCube samples. No, this is a video. Here's the HelloCube samples code. Maybe you should watch that video. Maybe I should watch those videos. Hi job chunk. Hi job chunk. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what this is. Use enable mask parameter. Hi job chunk. So we manually passed a query. Oh. Wait, so we get a query? We schedule the query. So we do a query builder. So you make the query in advance. And you schedule a job with the query, and then the query, I'm assuming, is deciding which entities to run this on. And then we get an archetype chunk, and then we call get native array component type handles. Okay. That's like a bunch of different separate things together. But we're getting, yeah, components of these types. We're getting arrays, or getting native arrays of all the components, and then we can loop over them. Oh, okay. We call rotate Y. Okay, okay, cool. All right, that's interesting. YouTube says, when I say idiot. Map reduced but different. Yeah, kind of like one of those. My cinnamon rolls are 20 centimeters diameter and 5 centimeters tall. That's a nice size. That's quite big. Impressive. Okay, next steps. The next tutorial in this course will introduce you to Unity's C# job system, which allows you to write multi-threaded code that fully utilizes multi-core processors. Wait, didn't we already learn that in the previous one? Okay. Entities in action, tanks. Apparently this will only take 30 minutes. Let me just quickly go over it and see how doable. I mean, we're just copying the scripts they provide, but excuse me. Okay, I think this is doable. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'm gonna get a snack, and I'm gonna be right back. Berries to the top of him. Like, get it, you can't stop me. That sounds good too. Yeah, I used to add like blueberries to yogurt. I'd make like yogurt, Greek yogurt, Costco trail mix, and Costco frozen blueberries. And that was like a parfait kind of thing. But yeah, okay, I'm gonna BRB. I gotta use the bathrooms. I gotta get a snack, and we should be able to finish this. We'll finish this stream probably, hopefully. All right, where's my BRB? I guess we could do that. I could put this on the waiting screen, but yeah. I should probably here. You know what? Let's add another text thing. Here, duplicate this. Oh wait, that's not duplicated. Dang it. Paste, duplicate. Whoops. This is BRB. Oh god. I gotta center this thing. Graphic design is my passion. Okay, great. And then just hide the timer, I guess. I guess that means we move the BRB text in the center. Great. Lovely. Okay. We're officially BRBing. Okay. We're gonna BRB. Okay. That's not lewd. Totally not lewd. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, BRB. Hello. Would this BRB screen be better if I had my model on it? If I was just Here, I could... What was it? Copy this. Look, look, I'm on the VRB screen. Hi, chat. All right. All right, I got some cashews. Got some cashews, and I got an almond granola bar. I'm just gonna chew on that. Oh. My favorite pineapple flavor. All right, where were we? I guess let's get to it. Entities in action. Tanks. Okay. In this tutorial, you'll put your new knowledge of jobs and entities into action in a sample project that will demonstrate how to implement common features of games. Your objective is to spawn moving tanks that shoot cannonballs from a spinning turret. Tanks are destroyed when hit by a cannonball. The player controls the movement of one tank. By the end of this tutorial, you'll be able to do the following: make an entity move randomly using code, spawn entities from prefab using code, control the behavior of spawn entities using code, add a user input system to an entity's project. Yay, input in ECS, okay. This tutorial demonstrates the essential of the entities package and is intended as follow-up to the Hello Cube and Job System tutorials. Your objective in this tutorial is to spawn moving tanks that shoot cannonballs from a spinning turret. Tanks are destroyed when hit by a cannonball. The player controls the movement of one tank. Oh my god, we tanks. We tanks. Just like, was it Namide's one, like, ancient Unreal Engine project they made a video about? This tutorial uses a few DOS features: entity systems, entity queries, entity command buffers, entity jobs, iJob entity, baking, and subscenes. This tutorial is a variation of the tanks tutorial in the entities samples repository. Okay. Before you begin, assumes you have basic understanding of C# game objects, assumes you have gone through the Hello Cube tutorial, which covers basic entities, such as entity creation and subscenes, and the jobs tutorial. Okay, so, Unity project. Alright, we're killing the old one. We're closing the old one. Alright, back to Unity Hub. Make a new project. Universal. I guess we're just calling it Tanks. Project name is Tanks. Alright. Don't need to put it in the cloud. Okay. Tanks. Tanks. Alright. Unity engine, we're waiting, so perfect time to eat. Perfect time to eat while this is loading. Transbat has arrived. Hello, Lie the Fox. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. I'm a guy. I'm just some guy. We're coding here. We're following tutorials. We're learning Unity. This isn't like a super... We're learning about DOTS, Unity's data-oriented tech stack, which is a set of things for using with ECS for make many things run fast. Many things perform good. That's what this is. That's what we're learning. And it seems like the best tool for the job for my needs specifically. But there are other ECS frameworks, engines, just libraries. But this one seems the one that's most like integrated with game important things for video games. At least has stuff that I can use. Uni is good to start, but God can be confusing. It can, yeah. I liked Godot's APIs for being just small and reasonable to understand. But now I'm coming back to Unity. We're gonna leave you crawling back to me. Back to Unity. But yeah, okay, I think the project's loaded. Scared. Not just because I'll abuse his pelvis. I'll abuse his waistline, since I won't accept any of the invisible he needs. Oh no, he's trying to groom me with food. He's trying to capture me and get me to eat good, healthy food, wholesome food, and not instant stuff. Okay. Alright, package manager. Uni registry. Entities, graphics, install. Alright, it's installing. You better believe me. You like smaller APIs? Have you tried a smaller framework yet? No, actually. I've had that on my list of like things to maybe try. But for like a more complex 3D game, I don't think I'd want to do this without more heavy tooling. If I want to like import animations and stuff from Blender and have a visual editor. That's another thing. Bevy doesn't have a visual editor yet. But I like the idea of it. Anyway, that's installed. Raillib, SFML, SDL, Love2D, Stretch. Okay, I'm stretching. I'm not even hiding that I intend to make you eat good, healthy foods. Okay, my diet isn't that bad. I do eat rice and meat and occasionally vegetables. Well, eggs. Egg. What was it? I know, there's that, Celeste 64, right? That was made in a framework. I mean, so was the original Celeste, right? So I know you can do 3D stuff in a framework. I just haven't messed around all that much. Because I imagine you need to create a lot of tooling yourself, right? Maybe that's the thing I'm scared of, is like writing tooling. But also just the amount of work involved in making all that, right? That'd probably be a good exercise for me to do. At least like a small jam project. Make a 3D game using a framework instead of an engine. But yeah. Swamp maggots. You want to know how you make a static singleton in Unity? I can help with that. Heck yeah, heck yeah. We just saw like a get singleton method on the system API for entities. Tooling of the level editors such. You can import models and animations such with Raillib. There's a couple examples of doing that on the website. Okay, cool. Okay. Get singleton does not make singletons. It grabs an existing singleton. I'm aware. Actually, yeah, we did that in the last Hello Cube example, right? There was one of these steps. I think we added it to the scene. We added one single entity with one of the spawner, right? And then yeah, we call get singleton here. But yeah, this doesn't guarantee actually that there's a singleton there, because it's just assuming that we added the single spawner to the scene and no other spawners in the scene, then this doesn't error. So this just errors if it isn't actually a singleton. Yes. All right, cool. Over toasted the bread plate, uprights good. Nice. Nice. Okay. Where were we? First, you'll create the tank that will be used throughout this tutorial. To create a tank game object, follow these instructions. In the main scene, create a new subscene. Check out the Hello Cube tutorial for a refresher on how to do this. Here, can I make my layout like this? I think we can. Here's my browser window. And here's Unity. Maybe switch those. Okay. The bread plate is too cooked, it doesn't absorb the juices of the meat, so it's not as good. And I've never tried that. Hello, Hero of Logic! I didn't miss it, this is a good stream, Heart. I hope your big brain expands for more power. Thank you. Thank you. Kind of just been a stream, I feel. I guess there's some value in, like, what, having someone to follow along to a tutorial with, but in terms of, like, actual educational value, I feel like the value of a stream like this is more for entertainment while also maybe learning something, right? As opposed to just, like, you can hang out with someone as they go through this tutorial instead of just doing the tutorial on your own. But if you actually wanted to, like, just learn this, like, you could probably go way faster just following the thing. I mean, definitely, right? Following a proper structured video edited down would be better, too. So, the value of the stream is that you can, yeah, chat about tools and stuff, yeah. That we can talk about this stuff and chill out and maybe not go at a breakneck pace. Single horn. Oh yeah, and this one. Yeah, I should try a framework one of these days. One of these days. I like seeing people talk about their skills and passions. It's nice. That's good to hear. That's good to hear, actually. From my perspective, right? This stuff feels kind of mundane. So maybe I've, like, lost the, I don't know, the perspective of seeing it from, like, the outside perspective. And what's the word? It feeling fresh and new. Gotta hop, but join your server, so ping me somewhere if you need help. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'll see you there. Live Fox. Alright. Glad to have you. Okay. First, you'll create the tank used throughout the tutorial. Create the tank game object, follow these instructions. Yay! Alright. In the main scene. We didn't even name the scene main, it's just called sample scene. Alright, let's rename it main. Okay, we're in the main scene. Create a new subscene. Check out the Hello Cube tutorial for a refresher on how to do this. So, right click. New subscene, empty scene. Okay, the name of the subscene is not important. The default name new subscene is fine. Alright then. In the subscene, create a 3D game object, name it tank. Okay. Game object, 3D object. Tank. Tank! Okay. So, we have a subscene. We have a thing called tank. It's a long how you been? Hello, Brody Dooley. Yeah, it's been like, what, since Thursday? We missed Easter Sunday. We missed the Pope dying. Oh my god, I haven't even talked about JD Vance visiting the Pope and then the Pope dying. He was a good one. Okay. Make a 3D cube. Make a 3D sphere as a child of the, tank and name it turret. Okay, right click on this. 3D object sphere. This is turret. Sick. It's good to not be alone working this stuff. The Pope is joining the shoujo. Oh no. Graduation, people memeing about, like, Pope graduating. Oh man. Okay. Alright, let's set this position to 0.5. Can't be the next pope. I've been sick. Oh, sorry to hear that. Hope you are feeling and or will feel better in the future. Okay. Add. Ooh, we're adding a cannon. Okay. 3D cylinder. These are Kurt Canyon. Cannon. Bruh. Okay. Scale. Alright. I'm just following what they're saying. I'm just following orders. Okay. Position. Y is 0.5. And adjust the rotation. 45 degrees in the X. Seems a little off. Blarg. Yeah, let's do 0.25 and then 0.25. That looks better. Okay. Here's our cannon. Good meal. One day Neo will learn what good food is instead of instant poison. Well, I'm not dead yet. I'm Asian. Congrats on being Asian. And Japanese. Congrats. Congrats, you're Japanese. Sugoi desu ne. Sorry, is that rude? Okay. Okay. Cool. So, as explained in the Hello Cube tutorial, baking will serialize one entity for each of these game objects. Give each entity transform rendering components. When the scenes load at runtime, the entities are loaded. Excuse me. Not the game objects, so the tank rendered in play mode will be composed of these entities. Of 3 entities. American, you can saw your leg off and not die doesn't mean a good thing to do. You can... You can code in C++. Sorry, Nicola. I'm sure modern C++ isn't that bad. Only a little bad. Maybe a little bad. I don't actually know. I guess I wouldn't know. Okay. Alright. Let's add a tank component to each tank entity in baking as explained in Hello Cube tutorial. Create a new script. C++ Web 11. I don't know. I don't know Chinese. Except for Super Idol de Shannon Domini and being cheating. Okay. Let's add a tank component to each tank entity in baking. Create a new script file named tank authoring. Okay. Tank authoring. This is script. Alright, open this. Means I love your glasses? Aw. Thanks, bro. Thanks. Okay. Alright. Kill the old VS Code instance. Okay. Okay. Where's my VS Code? Hydrate! Hydrate. Alright, I'm almost out of lemongrass tea. That's right, I might have to fill my water bottle. Okay, we have a tank authoring code. Alright, here we go. Okay. Might be a little hard to read. Okay, there we go. Let's copy. Copy. Alright, so this is a mono behavior, right? It's the authoring. This bootleg radio station that try to act tough and cool. Play some random pop song. What was that? That's the meme, right? This ain't your grandma's station. You're listening to Fuamoko Radio. Bow bow. I just found the YouTube version of that. Water is good. Switch it to rice. Buy more Neocoin. Alright. Oh, sure. I don't know what that means, but sure. There's a metal station. We only play metal, and more metal. I'm waking up to ash and dust. If you starts playing. Alright. Get entity returns the entity baked from the game object. Right, okay, so call bake. Or we implement the bake function. So we're making a baker. Baker for a tank authoring, so that's the type in this argument. Okay. Did it short like that really early on? Real flavor radio. I remember that one. Yeah, I saw it. That was good. You want to have an Asian mom? Okay. Get entity returns the entity baked from the game object. Okay, so that's what this entity is. It's from iBaker. Okay. We're using transform usage flags dynamic. We add a component to this entity. This component is the tank. Tank has an entity turret and an entity cannon. Okay. Oh, okay, so get entity, we pass in game object authoring. Okay, we pass a game object, these, yeah, authoring.turrets into get entity, which returns an entity, which sets the entity in this, yeah, turret and cannon in this component struct tank. This component tank, the tank component. Okay, all right. Add tank component to each tank entity in baking. Create a new script file. Tank authoring. Okay. Add tank authoring component to the tank game object. Set the turret property. Yep. Set the cannon property. In baking, the tank component will be added to the bake tank root entity. The turret entity will be assigned to its turret field. The cannon entity will be assigned to its cannon field. Okay, so we have game objects and we have entities, right? So in our tank authoring script, we set the game objects, and then in a runtime, they become entities that are inside of the tank component that is put on this tank. Okay, so we click on the tank. We add a component. The component is tank authoring. We want to set these things. Set the turret to the turret. Set the cannon to the cannon. Okay. We are the suns. We're playing armor penetration mechanics. We could extend this tutorial. Yeah, we could add whatever we want. We can calculate the impact angle and then deflect it based on the armor types, and then we can leak classified military documents so that we can make our game more accurate to real life. Diaper play? Hey, not that one, okay? Not that one specifically. Oh no. People make fun of me. Asian, say oh hell no. Oh no. Oh no. Bread plates, bread bowls. Bread bowls. Bread bowls are good. And when's the last time I had a bread bowl? Clam chowder bread bowl. Asian parents have higher expectation. Yeah. 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 Man, should I just talk about it? Stop doing all this funny tiptoe around race stuff. I had a bit of the Asian parent experience. But they've been sort of understanding. I feel like it was worse when I was young. But maybe they just chilled out eventually. A lot of it was internalized, I think. Like, the whole... what's the word? Perfectionism and need to be the perfect son kind of thing. Anyway, I've worked through it mostly, hopefully, maybe. Anyway. The Asian parents also older. Yeah. I had Red Bull at 9. First time I saw my mom yell at my dad. And with Asian parents, I can tell they don't want to hurt people. That's what many people feel at some point. Talked to a lot of people who ran away from home, got them better their relationships with their parents. It's good, yeah. Yeah, thankfully my parents are chill with me. Generally. But I don't know, it was kind of a rocky childhood. I know, I think I touched on this briefly in one of the videos I did. But yeah. It's great. If you grow up with Asian parents, you learn to quickly realize what's abuse and what's not. Yeah, definitely could have been worse. Could have been better, but thankfully, like, it was mostly not aimed at me or my brother. My parents just had a rocky relationship. What, I don't have to deal with my parents? 2 abusive parents does not do a person any favors. Calling out childish behaviors and abuse. Neglect, restricting your child physically and mentally. Abuse. My dad, 13, I quickly learned not to. Yeah. Okay. Okay, as long as we're not, like, going full trauma dumping. I guess I'm also opening up a little about this sort of stuff, but I don't think my childhood was... I think my problems were more internal than external to me, but also as a result of external circumstances. Like, I would probably classify my upbringing closer to the neglect side than the abuse side. But I'm not sure I'd fully call it that either. Anyway, I should stop before we get to trauma dumpy. No one needs to know the nightmare I went through as a kid. Only match parent. Man, okay. Alright, let's go back to coding. Let's create a system to move the tank around along a random curvy path. Okay. Random property. In baking, the tank component will be added to the baked tank root entity. The turret entity will be assigned its turret field. The cannon entity will be assigned to its cannon field. These turret and cannon fields will be used at a later step. Now let's create a system to move the tank along a random curvy path. Create a new script file named tank movement system CS. Add the following lines of code. Alright, let's make a script. Monitor behavior script. Tank movement system. Okay, open this up. Alright. We'll just copy this over. You learn when the pups come in later in life. They have to deal with ChatSPT. Favorite code. So, god damn it. Can we not talk about diapers at the very least? Okay. Okay, age play does not have to include diapers, okay? I'm just saying. Correct coding. What's coding? Unk's coder. What are you doing talking like that? Come on, man. Alright, what are we doing? What are you doing? Okay, for each entity, having a local transform tank component, access local transform. Silver for diaper bros. God. Went through a lot as a kid because I had Asian parents. In America, people make fun of me because of food I ate. That sucks. I love Asian food, so... I'm sorry that happened. Hi, Felix. Alright. Where were we? Movement system update every frame. Update system queries for all endings. Have a local transform and tank component. Updates the local transform and move each tank along a random curvy path. All right, we're coding. Get chat. We're talking about coding. Don't get that, Brody. Yeah, no, kids are fucked up. Kids, I don't know. It's just like you kind of. It's like you have to be taught to. I know the value of certain things, the value of, you know, respecting people and not being a freaking dickhead. I don't know. I don't know if I have like a big philosophical statement on like childhood, but I feel like growing up, kids can be awful in a lot of ways to other kids and to the world around them. Kimchi's good. Difference between respect and fear. That's the limit of my trauma dumping on that. Good. They're eating their microwave chicken nuggets, prepackaged pizza. I know, right? It's good. Shotgun. Okay, no, we're not advocating for violence. Although I have had those like thoughts of like. Sorry, I shouldn't say it like that. The feeling of like righteous anger, indignation when stuff like that happens. Okay. So like I understand where those feelings come from. Bring dumplings to school. People say, why are you eating skin? Okay, that I do like dumplings, but yeah, I guess it can look a little weird to people who don't understand. People who don't understand what they're looking at. All right. What was this code doing? For each entity having local transform tank component. So we got the transform with a query on refrw local transform. We don't actually access the tank component, but we check that it is a tank with the with all. And then with entity access so that we can access the entity here. Why do we need it? All right, pause is a transfer value RO position. This does not modify the actual position of the tank, only the point at which we sample the 3D noise function. This way, every tank is using a different slice and will move along its own different random flow field. Oh, that's interesting. So the only reason we use the entity is just to get the entity's index, and then we set its Y position inside a 3D noise function. Okay. My niece was being bullied at school. I taught her to make a flail of a shoelace and padlock. God damn. You don't understand dumplings, you have no right to comment on someone's food. Americans eat burgers and fried butter sticks. You have no right to tell someone their food looks weird. Understandable. Yeah, those like fair foods. I think I had like a fried Oreo once. Not bad. Not bad. I had fried ice cream once. I think it was at a Mexican restaurant, actually. Well, maybe like Tex-Mex. Okay, so angle. This plus noise times 4 times matplotlib. Dir. Put 0. F sign cosine. Like to bring ramen to school, they still make fun of me. Man. Make fun of ramen, their souls are done. Ah. It's freaking noodles. What's there to not understand about noodles? Man. I had a deep fried Twinkie once. That one and only bite I took felt like death. Yeah, I don't think I ever tried the deep fried Twinkie. That's wild. I've only had Twinkies like once or twice. Oh, maybe 3 times. I did get called into school to explain why I taught her this. As I said, that bully never bothered her again. Yeah. Yeah, no, it makes sense. Because growing up, and I guess now still, right, they had those like zero tolerance policies. Or if you're like in a fight, then, you know, both parties get punished. Just fucked up. A lot of ways. It's like they're making the rules just to cover their own asses and not for what's actually good for the children. And then the other thing that those policies encouraged, right, is if you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound, right? If you're getting fucked with, then you fuck with them harder to teach them a lesson, regardless of the consequences, right? Ugh. Man, it's fucked up what we do for kids. Society. When travel, I usually have the mindset of eating cheap food. You get a taste of what the culture is actually eating. That's true, yeah. That makes sense. I love seeing those street food videos. It's like that. Korean street food, Vietnamese street food, whatever. Singapore. I don't know what other Asian countries. That dancing bacons is showing off today. Don't break TOS. Yeah, don't get me banned, chat. for the n billionth time. Rule number 0, priority number 0. Don't get me banned. On the side of a head. God damn. When I went to America after spending $20 at a fast food spot for me and my friend. I'm getting sick for like a week. Turns out I wasn't cooked all the way. I'm sorry that happened. That sucks. Okay, we got the little transform, this thing, math sine, cosine. Oh, both sine and cosine from this angle. Okay. So a random angle based on this noise. So I guess it's not random, it's like, yeah, continuous, right? So get the sine and the cosine based on that angle. Set our position. So our movement in XZ is based on, yeah, the sine and cosine of those angles, and then dir times dt times 5, and then the rotation. Quaternion, rotate Y. So we rotate to that angle and we're moving in that angle's direction. Comes to most Asian countries, if you want to figure out what people really eat, wait till people get off work or on their lunch break, just see where they go. Go to the best tasting, cheapest food ever. Secret rinky-dink spot ever. Nilla knows strats. Okay. So we update every frame, and then we, yeah, move the tank along a random curvy path. That's what they say. Alright. Spawn many tanks with random colors. Fun of general style chicken. Why are you eating poop? It was the 2010s, so I don't understand a real messed up school time. Man, that sucks. That sucks. I hope kids nowadays can appreciate other cultures' food better. So now it's trendy and all. Right? Playing Minecraft. Killed by a falling tree. Dude, there's this one this one Minecraft YouTuber, Fingies or something, Finger, who I've been watching. I'm like addicted to his stuff. He puts in so much effort. He like makes mods for every video, and it's all like, it's really funny, creative stuff. I added like the Great Depression to Minecraft, or like I added vehicular manslaughter to Minecraft. It's really good. It's actually inspiring me to like make stuff in code more. Can't respawn. My bed was in the roof. Oh my god. Okay. Turn your tank into a baked prefab. First, make the tank game object and its child game objects into a new prefab named tank. Then delete the original tank from the subscene. Okay. Cool. So can you... Oh man, I need all... Too many things to alt tab through. Okay, come on, compile. Neo can blank often. If you do it right, it sounds like good mac and cheese. Oh. Okay. Okay. The macaroni sounds. Okay. Tank, make this a prefab. Remove it from the scene. Next, add the URP material property base color authoring component. Okay. To all 3 game objects in the tank prefab. URP material property base color authoring. Okay. Tank, turret, and the cannon. Done. Okay. This adds the entity's rendering URP material property base color component to the entity. Setting the value of this component at runtime dynamically changes the color of the entity. Neat. To make the prefab as an entity, follow these instructions. 1. Add a new game object in the subscene. Name it config. Subscene, right? Yeah. So we'll go back to, was it main? And then in the subscene, edit it. Make a new game object. Create empty. Name it config. Okay. New script file. Config authoring. Okay. Add the following code. All right. Okay. What's this do? My cousins were Korea. I eat tteokbokki. Rice cake thing when I went over their house. I'd spend the night, bring tteokbokki to school. First run that day, I let him try it. It's nice. I've had tteokbokki like once or twice. I love the sauce of they put it in. And jjajangmyeon. Black bean noodles. I had it like properly from a restaurant for the first time like a while ago. Cause I'd only eaten like the instant version until then. It's good, it's good. Okay. We're making a config authoring script. It's a mono behavior. We're adding a baker class. Bakes config authoring. Okay. So pass in the config authoring. Entity. We call get entity. That gets the entity that we're making. Baking this for. Doesn't need transform components, so we use transform user flags none. Right, this is config. Okay. And so config, bake the prefab into entities. We have an entity tank prefab. Added Neo to Minecraft. It didn't have a model. I added Neo to Minecraft. All it did was add ice under it. So I get more friends in high school. I think I had like mostly one friend group that sort of grew a bit through elementary through high school. And you still kind of know each other. Anyway, what do we got? Make the prefab into entities. You got the tank prefab, the cannonball prefab. Make an entity on this config. And then our int tank count comes from the authoring. Yeah, tank count. Cool. Okay. Add an instance of config authoring to the config game object. All right, so this thing, config author, add config authoring. Okay, add the tank prefab. Assets, tank. Okay, cool. Set tank count to 10. Okay, cool. Legit had one friend who fought with me through school. Damn. Embezzling the Costco hot dog money into getting himself. Oh. Okay. I promise I've been spending it mostly on Costco hot dogs. And I'm saving most of it. I'm saving most of it. We're still friends. It's been awkward for approximately 2 years, 3 months, 21 days and 4 hours. Damn. Spawn the tanks, set their colors, create a new script file name. Tank spawn system. Okay. Copy these. Alright, make a script tank spawn system. Okay, open this up. Here's our code. Okay. We're uploading iSystem. Only people born in Atlanta, so Pawlino came in. That was really bad too. Had to break bro's arms. Damn. Mostly. Chat, are any of you actually... Do any of you actually care about the freaking coding? Sorry. Sorry, I'm just a little trying to finish this. A misfortune of being my only IRL friend. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what to say here, man. I do not. At least he's open about it. I know Nicola does. Man. Where's the silent majority that's totally here for the coding, right? I like to see I don't really understand coding. The coding's cool. Thanks, like Locust. Hello. 5% sure Vanilla does? Okay. Anyway. You have require for update. Was this system only updates if at least one entity with the config component exists? The system will not update until the subscene with the config has been loaded. Okay, so yeah, we're requiring the config. So this doesn't do anything until config is here. Config component exists. Just coding. Hello, I heard my name. Hello, Nicola. I can do both. Alright, Vanillan's here for both the yapping and the coding. Yap about anything regardless of situation. Crazy. Tell them she hate watching coding. No, random perv. You can't force chat members to be subject to your whims. Okay? Okay? Unless you financially compensate someone for it. Alright. Disabling system, stop further updates. Okay, so this runs once. Same as the box spawner from the other one. Kit singleton, so it's not actually ensuring that there is a singleton, it's just gonna throw if it doesn't get a singleton. Alright. Set our random seed, okay. So for I equals 0, do our config tank count, okay. It's Asian food, good day y'all. I love Asian food. What's a singleton? You don't know what a singleton is? Sounds like the last name of a white guy. It's the name of when there's exactly one thing in a program that's running. So it's a singleton because there's one of them. There's one config, only one. Although we aren't really guaranteeing that there is only one. We're just gonna, well, in a way we are guaranteeing that there's only one because the game crashes if there isn't one. It throws an exception, or well, yeah, the script crashes if there's not a single one of these. But yeah, usually in code, like you'll have a single like static variable. But in this case, it's ECS, so there's a bunch of shenanigans we have to do. Sounds fun. Change my name to my... You don't need to do that, man. You don't need to give me your full legal name and social security number and credit card number and the 3 digits on the back. I'm not a John Wick from Fortnite who needs your help. Haven't seen that before? It comes up in stuff. I mean, I used it in Godot, right? The global autoloads. Autoloads are singletons, right? Because it's just, there's one of them. Okay, so for the number of tanks we have, we get the component, we make a component, URP material property base color. Brody's not my name. Okay. Okay, you don't have to tell me your real name. This is the internet, and I'm just saying. I use Java. My info is pointless. The hacker's fantasies you delete the system 32 folder. Chat, will you please delete the system 32 folder, please? Run rm-rf/ with sudo. Randomly left after getting mad at chat having fun. Being an W. No fun allowed here, okay? Okay? This chat's not here for fun. Streams! Streams aren't for fun! Streams are serious business! Okay? Okay. Chat, no more fun. Alright, we're adding a new rule. No fun allowed. You can only suffer. If you're having too much fun, you gotta leave. Doesn't want our government names. He hates us. Ugh. Should I do the thing where I'm like reading the list of... Was it where Fauna was thanking all of her subscribers, but she was just reading the list of like first names in America? Maybe I should do that. Then you can have ASMR of me reading your specific name or something. Doesn't want to dox us. He hates us. He hates us. What am I gonna do with that information? Okay. This lets us set the rendered base color for rendered entity. Okay. Root entity instantiated from prefab as linked entity group component. A list of all the entities that make up the prefab hierarchy, including the root. No. Don't talk about my tail like that. I'm back. Hello, Asahai Dually. Hello. Asahai Dually? Asahai. Okay, whatever. Hello. Linked entity group is a special kind of component called a dynamic buffer, which is a resizable array of struct values instead of just a single struct. Okay. Okay. We want to set the European material property base color component on only the entities that have it, so we first check. Okay, if state entity manager get buffer, okay. Okay, so we got we call get buffer, we get a dynamic buffer of linked entity group. And then the for each gives us a linked entity group. Hello, Sealy. Thank you for the raid. Hello, Danamore. Thank you. Welcome to the coding stream. Sorry, Neo, if you want to make the coding interesting, you're going to have to bring out the brain rot AI voice. Pull up the Minecraft parkour brain rot. Here, alright. Alright, here you go. Minecraft parkour gameplay, no copyright. Here you go. Here, are you happy? Okay. Okay. Linked entities is dynamic buffer of linked entity group. So when we for each entity is actually a linked entity group. When you call entity.value, then we get the actual entity. Okay. So if it has this component, European material property base color, then we set the color. We set component data with an instance of the component, actually. We pass that in. Number 8, hello, Steve Weiss. There's code I didn't even notice that until the Minecraft parkour came out. So true. Alright, and we get a random color. Cool. Knife randomness would produce a distribution of colors clustered around a narrow range of hues. So we pick a random hue in HSV. Plus the golden ratio. Okay, cool. Neat. Random float plus the golden ratio. Okay, mod 1. Okay, alright. So yeah, all this to spawn tank count tanks. Well, 10 random tanks with random colors and set their colors randomly. Get buffer. We haven't seen this before, so that's interesting. And then has component and then set component data. That's how we can set data on the components. It all makes sense. It all makes sense. Hello, pink friend. I'm pink. And thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. I have no idea what you're streaming, but hope you had a good stream. Where's the... Here. / shout out. Does that work? There we go. There's your shout out. I was playing funny number game. Nice. Nice. Cool. It's a pachinko roguelike. Was it? Is it Billionaire? The numbers. Number go up game. Alright. Should we get back to the tutorial? Okay. If you enter play mode, you should see 10 random colored tanks wandering in different directions. Wait, chat. You don't need the Minecraft parkour anymore. We have our own Minecraft parkour. We made a game with tanks that move around in different colors. Hopefully. Hopefully this works. Please load the material. There we go. There we go. Scene. Oh, we can't see them in the scene view, actually. Okay, well, close enough. We did the thing, I think. Alright, let's get going. Nubby's Number Factory? Oh yeah, that one. It's on sale right now. I was gonna get it, actually. I've seen so many people. I saw Norberline playing it, and a bunch of other people playing it too. It's great that dev found that success. I love the art style too, that like early 2000s edutainment, like kid pics. I love that. I love the style of it. Can recommend. Yeah, it's been on my radar for a bit. Even seen like the Frost Prime like had an interview with the dev, and then some other, he was like on a podcast, some other podcast. It's like tanks more like Android logos. Okay, man. Well, it's supposed to be a tank, okay? Trust me, bro. Look at that massive cannon. It's this big. Alright. You might see tanks in the game view, but not the scene view. To make the tanks visible in scene view, click Edit, Preferences, Edit, Preferences, Entities, Scene View Mode, Runtime Data. Okay, and then we play, and it should be doing the thing. Massive, like low taper fade. Massive. It's huge. Oh my god, look at all the tanks. Look, they're moving around. Wandering around. Okay, cool. You can see them. Finally. Okay, move one tank with player input and have the camera follow. I'm gonna have to do this. Alright. Alright. Here, let's do this maybe. My tracking. Back. My mom made fried rice. Nice. Love fried rice. 6 shots. 10 people dragging low taper fade. I'm one of them. 1 person dragging low taper fade. Low taper fade dies. I've died. That's a good meme though. I like that one. Okay. Move one tank with player input. Have the camera follow. You want one tank to be controlled by the player. First, need a way to distinguish the player's tank entity from the other tanks. Let's create a new player component. Add one to spawn tanks. Okay, add a new file. Player. Okay, in player. We have a component. So struct player that implements iComponent data. As a matter of convention, entity components types are often defined in the same file as a related authoring component. But in this case, the player component doesn't need an authoring component. In the tank spawn system, add the following code in the loop that creates the tanks. Okay, tank spawn system. After line that instantiates a prefab. Okay, so after we instantiate, if RI is 0, we add component player to the tank entity. All right, cool. Dumplings on the side. Nice. Nice. Sounds good. What sauce are you eating it with? Chili soyu? Sriracha? Chili crisp? Okay, to stop the player tank from moving along a random path like the other tanks, modify the header of the loop in tank movement system to match the following code. Header of... tank movement system here. This for each is now this. With none player with entity access. So yeah, don't do this on the player. So without the player component. Soy sauce, nice. Simple but effective. Classic. With none player, call specifies the query should exclude any entity that has a player component, so the player tank will no longer be moved in this loop. All right, cool. All right, create a new script file, player system.c# with the following code. All right, oh, we're almost like halfway through the tutorial. Neat. Okay, player system. Okay, open this up. And once again, copy and pasting. Okay. Because on update access to managed object the camera, we cannot burst compile this method, so we don't use burst compile attribute here. So this accesses a managed object. So we can't burst compile, and the managed object is the camera. Yeah, camera we can't. Nah. We can actually reference it, huh? We can modify it within this. It's just we can't burst compile it. Okay. So on update, here's our player system. And oh yeah, we can call UniEngine get access. So we can get the inputs and stuff from here. Right, because the thing that like really annoyed me working with like Godot and trying to integrate Bevy ECS is like I had to add in references to like engine stuff. And a lot of it I couldn't use because of like thread safety, multi-threading stuff. So having access to things like input and, you know, a main camera, right? That's useful. Okay. Movement. Apply by delta time. Yeah, even having references to delta time here. It's nice. So we got the player, and we have the player's transform. We move it based on the movement. We move the camera to follow player. So position, set to the position, minus equals 10 times the player transfer forward. And then add 5 in the Y. And look at the player. Cool. Thank you for following. I think glitch exception. All right, where were we? All right, mark that as completed. In play mode, you should be able to control the first tank and the camera will follow. Okay, so let's try it out. Yeah. Reloading. We're reloading. And then we play. And we should have a player. Nice, and WSD is already set up. Why does it feel like there's acceleration on it? Like it doesn't just start and stop immediately. Is it because the input actually gets damped or something? Interesting. Okay, we can't actually rotate. We just move. Alright, cool. Alright, let's keep going. 7. Spawn cannonballs at the tip of the turret. To have the tank fire cannonballs, you need a cannonball component. Create a new script named Cannonball Authoring. Okay. Okay. Cannonball Authoring. Some mono behavior. We have the cannonball component. Also define this. Float 3 instead of vec 3 because it's the mathematics package. Cool. By default, components are 0 initialized. The velocity field of the cannonball will be float 3 0. Oh, cool. So we can do it without explicitly setting the thing. Okay. You can also set the base color. Cool. 2. Create a new prefab named Cannonball of a single game object that renders a 3D sphere, set its scale to 0.4.4.4. Okay. Let's do it this way. We create a sphere. Name it Cannonball. Save this as a prefab like this. Move it from the scene, excuse me. Set the scale to 0.4. Cool. In this, add the cannonball authoring. Okay. Spawn the cannonballs, create a new script file named shooting system. Alright, make a new script. Shooting system. Alright, there we go. Here we go. I'm once again copy and pasting, but hopefully I can explain it. Let's see. Okay, this attribute, update before. This attribute puts the system before transform system group in the update order. Shooting system only sets the local transforms of the cannonballs, but the transform systems and transform system group will set their world transforms, local to world. If the shooting system were to update after transform system group in the frame, the cannonballs that spawned would render at the origin for a single frame. Oh, okay, so we guarantee that this renders correctly. This is another thing that I got like had troubles with trying to combine Godot and Bevy instead of using either just Bevy or something else. Is things like this thing needs to be in a certain order to spawn it. Right. So partial struct shooting system, iSystem, on update. It's fun. Fun. I've never seen that before. Okay. Yeah, before the transform system group, meaning we're setting the transforms of the cannonballs, and then this system group sets the world transforms. Right, okay. Never seen that before, having the one statement there? You mean this attribute thing? Update before type of transform system group? Yeah. I think the one attribute I'm most familiar with is serialized field from when I used Unity. Like something better fit as a setting. Kind of is what it's doing, right? It's just another, like either way, we'd have to define it somewhere. So maybe it's good that it's like defined this way. Right? We add these attributes to the system, right? This whole system, we're not actually like calling anything to add this to the world or anything. Unity's doing that for us. So I guess it makes sense that we use an attribute here instead of like calling a specific function or something. Similar to Java. C# is just Microsoft Java, right? Right? When it comes to syntax, yeah. Yeah, new burst compile on update, okay. Timer. Update the timer, subtract delta time. And then our base value is 0.3, so when it reaches 0, we set the timer to 0.3 and then we do the rest of this function. Get our config singleton. Hopefully there's one. Also, Java's useless. Hey, it runs on 8 bajillion devices. How can that be useless? Ball transform. Get component data, local transform, the ball prefab. Wait. Config.cannonball prefab. Why are you passing in cannonball component data on an entity? Oh, this is an entity. Okay, the cannonball prefab is an entity. Okay. For each turret of every tank, spawn a cannonball, set its initial velocity. Okay, we make a cannonball entity. Instantiate based on this cannonball prefab. Okay. So make an entity. Set the color of the cannonball. We set component data. Match the tank that shot it. So get the color value RO. Red only. From the tank, right? Tank, local to world, and then our material property base color. Only 2 Minecraft people programming their open source projects in Java. Just got really upset. It's the only use for Java I have right now. Ever really? Yeah, I wonder how many people got into programming from making Minecraft mods. Makes you think. One advantage of it being written in Java is like just having that mod support. Or well, having it accessible enough that people can do that stuff. Okay, cannonball entity, instantiate. Set the color based on the tank, matches the tank. We need to transform the cannon in world space. We get its local to world instead of local transform. So, entity manager, get component data, local to world on an entity. Oh, on an entity, right? The entity being the cannon, tank.cannon. Tank value RO cannon, red only. All right. Ball transform is the local transform of the cannonball prefab. Okay. Got into program because of RC. Nice. Started using old internet things when you're being phased out. Once you subscribe to RC to Discord. Channel boards and people moved to Twitter and stuff. Consistent downgrade. Man. Kinda, yeah, it feels like things have been downhill for a while when it comes to the state of the internet, man. That internet theory is getting more and more real. AI slop. But hey, at least we can be fighting the good fight, right? There's us here. Just you and me. That's the one meme where the I don't even remember what she's talking about, but then it's like then it goes into the song. Can't break me down. Bury me, bury me. I am finished with you. Okay. One respond like 3 messages per week. I was going there automatically. It wasn't that slow. There are a lot of people who just didn't want to change. They post a bit how to fight against AI in your Discord. I kept seeing that. I think I never actually watched it. I saw it recommended a few times. Bury me, bury me. I'm zoning out. Thanks for stream. Take care. All right. Thanks for being here. Glad to have you here. And thank you for watching all this time, Pom Pom. Okay. We have to transform the cannon in world space. We got the local to world. Okay, we got the local to world off of the cannon. Okay. Using anti-manager, get component. Okay. Says ball transform position to the cannon transform position? Yes. Config.cannonball prefab. I'm still confused that we're getting the local transform off of this Cannonball prefab entity, right? And not like this new entity. I assume we're in, instantiate is getting us a new entity. Or rather, wait. Set the position of the new cannonball to match the spawn point. Oh, so we're setting... Wait. Huh? Oh, well, maybe it doesn't matter because we're just using it for this transform for each tank. And it's just a prefab, so it doesn't actually matter where we put it. Okay. God, I had antimatter dimensions in the background. Hope you made lots of progress. No molester being. I came from Java. I learned Java in my AP computer science class. That's how I got into... Well, kind of. I did dabble with Lua a long time ago for Roblox programming. I understand like var thing equals thing dot thing dot thing. Thing. This is pretty verbose. Yeah, this is really verbose, but I mean, it's a pretty complicated game engine, so... The type of the thing is being defined in the thing. That's providing a type into like a template function in, well, C-like languages. The brackets, this is calling a function here. So we're calling this function with this template type, or passing this type into the template function, I think is the proper way to describe it. Okay, so we set the position, we set component data on the cannonball entity. Oh, so actually, that means we're not modifying this, are we? This isn't... Oh, so this is duplicated. So this isn't really that relevant, right? That it's the local transform of the cannonball prefab, is it? As opposed to just what, a new cannon or local transform? I don't even know why we're getting the component data here. Okay, whatever. We set the ball transform's position for some reason, and then we're setting the component data on the cannonball entity of the local transform. We're setting the local transform. So that's how we're setting the position on the new cannonball. We set the velocity of the new cannonball from the cannon transforms up. Times 12. Okay, so we got the, yeah. Our, what's that? Local up is a float 3, so the vector 3 pointing up, pointing in that direction. Okay. Makes sense. Hopefully. Cannon transform would be... Okay. Variables being set by a function is being run with specific type that's expected. So cannon transform would be a local to world from the function get component data. They're parentheses. Yeah, they're parentheses. Transform would be a local to world. We call get component data. This returns, yeah, local to world. We're getting the local to world component off of this cannon. Which is, yeah, our, world transform. That would be like the global transform from Godot, I guess. Okay. No small, I can put me on the big screen. Yeah, I'm on the big screen. Yeah, whoopee. Now in play mode, tanks fire cannonballs at regular intervals, but the cannonballs don't yet move, so you stay where they spawn. Okay, let's see how that looks in the engine. Time is it? Oh, it's getting it's getting late. Okay, we'll hurry this up and see if we can finish it. Man, this stream's gone on a long time. The freaking estimate for this tutorial series is like 2 hours, an hour 45. Something's wrong. Entity does not exist. Oh, wait, that's because we never set... Here, in our main scene. Config cannonball prefab, we never set this. Okay. So let's set the cannonball prefab, and now let's try again. Go to sleep. Come and you need to sleep. You need to sleep. I have to code. I must code. Okay. We're also in your head. Rotate the turret. Okay. You can create another system, but it's simpler to add additional code to the bottom of the onUpdate method of the tank movement system. All right, let's go to the tank movement system. At the bottom of onUpdate. I guess we do the same thing again. Okay. Spin is this, rotate Y, and then... add rotation around the Y-axis relative to the parent. Do they just spin? Spin in like one direction? Is that what this code is gonna do? Alright, let's try. Are people coming out during midnight? Your friends, they made me believe that. Okay. Okay. There's nothing to be scared. It's okay. It's okay, Vanillan. Everything's fine now. You don't have to worry. Okay, they're spinning? Yeah, that's just rotating. Rotating randomly. Alright, cool. Or, well, in one direction. Okay, cool. Move the cannonballs. To move the cannonballs, destroy them when they hit the ground. Create a new script called cannonballsystem.cs. Cool. Yep, makes sense. We'll make a new system for that. Okay. I'm feeling a bit more comfortable with literally just copying these things over, but like the whole idea of like, oh, you make a system, it implements iSystem, and then Unity adds it automatically. So this is, well, always going to run wherever you are in the project. Spinning. Oh, they're just rotating. What a conundrum. You spin me right round. Okay, what's this? End simulation entity command buffer system dot singleton. Okay. That's quite that's a type name. End simulation entity command buffer system dot singleton. Okay. So that's our singleton, ECB singleton, make our cannonball job. Schedule the cannonball job. Oh, okay. So we're doing this in a job. So that's another way of doing a system. Is to schedule a job. Create a command buffer. So we got the entity command buffer. Okay, and execute. This gets called once for every entity that has a cannonball and local transform component. Okay, so for every cannonball through the job. You want the Josh. Okay, we got the gravity. We set it here. It's constant flow 3. Well, not const, but whatever. It's a flow 3. Foolish even. Foolishness, Dante. And some functions call for extremely specific types. I'll have a more generic one. Yeah, I'll just... It's all data. You just gotta convert the data to the type it wants, right? Just move the data around. Server-side placeable lame entity. I just have an entity. Yeah, just get the freaking server-side placeable lame entity. I mean, yeah, that does seem a little annoying and verbose, but I mean, you gotta get the specific component, right? And you just call a component each time on the thing, and you hope that the entity has that component, right? Hopefully. Okay. So, transfer position plus equals cannonball velocity delta time. Makes sense. If we hit the ground, if position y is less than 0, destroy the entity. Poof. Bye-bye. Set the cannonball's velocity, add gravity times delta time. Okay, makes sense. Now affected by gravity. By putting the work into a job, the work is moved from the main thread to the worker threads. Okay, so this is how you do something in a worker thread. Or potentially multiple worker threads, as opposed to it's in a system that runs on the main thread. So by default, we're just implementing iSystem. This runs on the main thread. This also runs on the main thread, but we're scheduling a job, and then the job is what runs on the worker threads. Cool. More things to try. All right, let's take a look at this and watch those cannonballs fly, right? This code's definition of I agree, nothing really to argue about. Need more tutorials of shitty code so I can get mad at it. That's one reason I'm following this as opposed to, I don't know, any other random thing. And hopefully this is like based on, oh wow, cannonballs flying, yippee! Yay, whoopee! Yay! Oh, that's neat. And then player can move around, right? I forget where we set the rotation and stuff. But yay, yay, cannonballs, yay! Yay, I like little fireworks. Okay, that's cute. Nice, we did it. All right. More things to try. Here's some gameplay tweaks you might implement. Give the player direct control of your turret. Destroy tanks when they're hit by a cannonball. Respawn destroyed tanks after a timer. Display a victory message when the player destroys all enemy tanks. Respawn the player, but give them a limited number of lives. Okay. All right, so let's just, I don't really have time to, I don't think we have time. I think we'd like to end stream soonish. But I don't think we have time to really implement any of these, but let's at least think about how we want to implement these. Neither tanks have souls. The deep tanks lore. Turn this into a creepypasta ARG game? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Want to see the basic example entities suffer? Forever. Forever. I watch too much Interloper. The souls of the tanks that we have made. Tank souls. Yeah, tank souls. Alright. Okay. So give the player direct control over the turret. That would be in what player system here, right? So maybe we have another input for like the cannon rotation. In tank movement system, we have the rotation here. So maybe check that we aren't doing this on the player. And then on the player's thing, we'll just, yeah. Rotation. Wait, was this for the cannon? Where was the cannon we were? Mag, tank spawn, configure authoring, player system. Oh. We just added the, was it the rotation thing? Is it tank movement? Yeah, it's tank movement. Multiply, spin, spin. Yeah, so do something like this, which means we need to get the read-writable component of the local transform on the turret? Tank that turret. Need to make turret instead of cannon? Or no, turret and cannon. Oh, we're rotating the turret, not the cannon. That makes sense, yeah. Okay, so yeah, we rotate turret. We'd add something like that into player system, but make it based off of the input instead. Girls frontline versus girls in Panzer. The tank models into anime girls. Now we put little anime girls inside the tanks and they brutally kill each other. We need more mainstream anime that doesn't feel like a generic slog attempt to tell half a story. Man. That's kind of what a limitation of, you know, a TV, but also, yeah, they're probably just not big enough. Have the story juice into the story. Man. Just like I'm not putting enough fun juice into the fun games I'm trying to make. Everything sucks! Everything sucks! Unless they're French and then they bicker. Oh my god. I added being French to my tanks game. That'll be my next YouTube short. Okay. So yeah, that would be giving direct control of the turret. Destroy tanks when they're hit by a cannonball. Probably a system, or probably on the cannonball, right? That would be in physics. So we do some kind of spatial queries. I don't know if the tanks had hitboxes. But yeah, we'll be doing some kind of physics spatial queries to check for tanks near the cannonball. And then also destroying the cannonball and destroying the tank. Respawning destroyed tanks after a timer, probably another system if a tank's been destroyed. Then, or if we have fewer tanks. If we want to respawn the exact tank, how do you do that? I guess it would depend on how we destroy tanks, right? So maybe we just deactivate them and then we, on a timer, we have like a respawn timer component that gets enabled, added or enabled or whatever. And then in a new system, we tick the respawn timer. When the respawn timer hits 0, then we disable the respawn timer and then enable the tank again. We could do that. No, wait. My desktop toys, drink water. I need water. I love water and breathing oxygen. They gotta make oxygen legal? Yeah, they gotta. Alright, display a victory message when the player destroys all enemy tanks. Okay, so maybe in some singleton class we store the player's score, or maybe on the player we could do that too, but then we need to add UI. But oh wait, I misread that. Destroys all enemy tanks. Okay, so just add another system, and if the tank count is 0, then I don't know, we disable a bunch of stuff, or we just want to display the victory message, right? So we'd call something on a game object probably, because we have access to that from the systems, right? It was the player system where we access the camera, right? So yeah, we can access manage objects from systems. I guess the tricky thing would be to just get references to the UI. So not entirely sure how we do that, how we'd like pass that into the system outside of adding it as a component in the entity in the world. Okay. Pain behind my ears from wearing glasses for 46 hours. You would take them off when you sleep. Almost breaking them. I couldn't sleep with glasses. Respawn the player, give them a limited number of lives. Yeah, so add like a respawn timer on the player, add a like a lives component. If the player's destroyed, then we set the player's respawn timer and then we make the new tank. Do that. Yeah, there's multiple ways to, like, I guess you want to keep the same color, right? If you want to keep the same color between the tanks when they respawn, you can store that somewhere. Yeah, it's all just data. All right. We spent a bit of time pondering. Pondering our orbs. Next steps for more materials, tutorials, and samples demonstrating all the features of the entities package. See the entity component samples repository on GitHub. Then as you explore Dots further, be sure to try our Dots best practices course. Yay, you completed the project. Yippee, basic concept of Dots. Yay. Yay. It was sort of helpful. That's cool. Oh, and they have a whole tutorial on the job system. Neat. Alright, and then Dots best practices. The fundamental concepts of data-oriented design. Oh my god. Data-oriented design. Learning resources. Look at all these. Oh, right. And there, it mentions the online book here. Here, let's, where's our browser window? Nicola, it mentions the book you mentioned. Data-oriented design by Richard Pavian. Yay. Hello, James. Another stream where I don't know what's going on. Yay. Yippee. Did you vote yet? No, we're not talking about Canadian politics here. No. Okay. And data-oriented design packages. Key principles. Design before you code. Work out what data you need, how you need to format and group that data for efficient CPU access and runtime, which systems should transform the data, how they should do it. If you get the data design right, it should be very straightforward to write the code to transform that data. Design for efficient memory cache usage. You should ensure your data is packed into contiguous buffers. No gaps. Canadians exposed. Observer, I get to watch the votes be counted. Okay. Ensure your data is packed into contiguous buffers, no gaps or variables that aren't needed. Systems and jobs should iterate linearly over this data. Watch them twist in the wind. Which allows the CPU to pull data in a cache line in an efficient, predictable way. If this isn't what's happening in your project, redesign your data. Alright, design for blittable data. Blittable data is data that the job system can copy into jobs without the need for any additional processing of pointers or references. You should design your data such that it contains no managed types wherever possible, no classes, no references, ideally no strings. You should schedule as much dots code as possible, and you should ensure that as much of that scheduled code as possible is parallelized. Blittable data makes this possible. It's the core of HPC#, which allows a burst compiler to produce efficient code. Design for the common case. You can't make all data structures and code be fully efficient all the time. Optimizing for edge cases at best wastes your time. At worst means you introduce inefficiencies where they really matter by generalizing common case. When you make decisions, consider whether a given piece of code is going to run 10,000, 100,000 times per frame, once every few seconds, or only during initialization. Focus on the frequent operations. Embrace iteration, much more so than OOP. Data-oriented design lends itself to iterative development. Initial assumptions about data might be incorrect. Requirements might change. The data-oriented design code tends to be much more modular than OOP code, so you can remove and replace entire systems and the components they operate on if you find more efficient algorithms. Embrace this iterative process. Make time for it in your development schedule. Yay. Thanks. Thanks, Unity. Alright. Yeah. Cool. What's this one? Part 2 data design? I think I skimmed this before, but I think we'll end the stream here because I gotta eat and drink some water, I guess. But yeah, thanks. Excuse me. We got tanks. Yay! Look at that. Yippee! And there's my tank sitting over there. Yay! Entities, components, and systems. Hello, Joe Kickass. Good morning, it's morning now. Good morning, Joe Kickass. And to anyone else who's it is morning for now. Alright, well, that's it. That's the stream. There's our entities, components, and systems. Oh, Canadian politics. Unity died while you're learning a dead engine. It has the specific features I need. Probably more complete than any other engine, which is ECS. You know, it works. It's an engine. It exists. The pricing is, was it free until 200,000 USD? So that seems generous enough for my needs. Or was I gaslighting the thing it is? They had the whole scandal with their pricing change. And I still don't fully trust them, but I think that they have the specific tools that I need for the game idea I have, which is ECS and, you know, working animations and stuff for it. Although technically it's from someone else's plugin, someone else's framework built on top of it. And also community support. And yeah, from what I hear, the new ECS API isn't completely terrible. And it's seeming sort of understandable. Shot that holds up in court. Change pricing, charge students retroactively? Yeah. I mean, I'm still the small guy, so it's not like I'm gonna be that worried about. Well, as long as they don't do the frickin' thing they did with that. Thing is, I don't think Godot is mature enough for 3D games. Well, you can still make 3D games in Godot, but for my needs with 3D, my performance needs in particular, and the ease of developing that. Morning. Good morning. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna read names. I see. Alright. Well, thank you all for coming. Thank you for the raid, Sealy, if you're still here. Thank you, Vanillinbot. Thank you, Commander Quinkux. Thank you, Loxian. Thank you, Sims82. Thank you, Lie the Fox. Thank you, Asahai Dooley. Thank you, Unsealy. Thank you, Danawar. Thank you, Steve Weiss 101. Thank you. Thank you, Vanillin. Thank you, Danica. Thank you, Random Perf. Thank you, Luna Gladius. Thank you, Nicola. Flavor. Thank you, Cute Fat Flamingo. Thank you, Cielo Jose. Thank you, Fred Fake. Thank you, Pomp Pomp. Thank you, Felix Valenti Channel. Thank you, Jovan Parkins. Thank you, Nopjump. Thank you, Amanda Splats Project. Thank you, Hero of Logic. Thank you, Cyclocus. Thank you, James, and thank you, Joe Kickass. No Van Sama reference. Alright, let's find someone to raid. I'm tired. My allergies are acting up a bit, actually. This is devil. Stuffy dose. Anyway. Thank you all for coming! Who's live? Who's next? Who's next? You decide. We'll do... Let's see. Alright, we're rating... Oh, is this guy ending? Oh. Wait, never mind. Professor Boom's ending, so we'll find someone else. Who's live? Who's live? Alright. I guess we're rating... We'll rate this person. Okay. Alright. Alright. I'm gonna unbrain my brain. Alright, have fun. You should consume local honey. I'll figure that out. Maybe. Someday. Maybe. Alright, and on YouTube, who's live? Who's live? Who's next? Am I rated? Here, we'll raid Hoshiumbra. Okay. Our rating. Okay, bye! Bye, thanks for watching. Okay, thanks for watching. Normal food? I will. Seems Saturazine. I think I used to take that one. Yeah, I haven't taken allergy meds in a while. Okay, also, bye-bye. We just ignored the rest of the post. I don't see anything in my held for review. Shut up, Chuba! I see that. Alright. Consume dog meat? No. Okay, bye. Neo. Bye. Bye.